Before we start, let me give you some updates. One, today, because of one of the lawyers has a medical appointment, we will recess at 3:15. Next, it does appear that we are going to not finish this week, but not go too much longer. Again, I told you I have an issue that's next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And I apologize again to you for that. This is something I can't change. There are others of you that certainly have schedules, issues. We're going to take that into consideration. But I'm hoping, well, I'm just hoping that everything will be far done, everything, before your trip. So, I've told you I've been, you've been a great jury, and I know this is a hardship, and I apologize, but we're almost done. We're almost done. With that in mind, Mr. Baker, you're still under oath, and people may continue.
Thank you. When we left off yesterday, Mr. Baker, you had just started to tell us another version of the story about how you turned off the power to the house in order to get Fabio Sementilli to do something.
Sustained.
Why is it that you turned off power to the house?
To get him to come to get off the patio, turn off his TV.
Okay. And so you turned off the power to the house because you thought he would get up and turn off his TV?
Yes.
How would turning off the power get him to come turn off the TV?
If it were me, I would go to the fuse box.
I see. So when did you do this now?
That same day.
Yeah. At what point in time?
I don't know. I don't have a time. When that time I was there.
Obviously, but at what point?
I don't know what you're
saying. As soon as you walked into the house, at the end, before you left, at what point did you turn off power to the house?
Somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So that means you were in the house for a period of time before you did so, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So how did you know where the fuse box was?
Most places, in most houses, is usually in the garage.
Okay. So you went into the garage and searched around for the fuse box?
Yes.
And then you turned off the power, and what did you do next?
I waited to see if he would come in the kitchen.
And did he?
No.
So what did you do?
I waited, watched him.
And then what happened?
And then I waited for him to not see the kitchen, and went ahead and went forward.
Okay. When the police arrived on scene, the television was still on.
That's probably why he didn't get up.
So did you, how long did you wait for him inside the house?
I don't know. I didn't keep a running time frame in my head.
But you were in a rush, right? Because you told us you were expecting people to come home. And you didn't have your phone. You said you left that in the car, right?
Yes.
So weren't you worried at that point in time that someone would come?
I'm worried through the whole time.
But yet you sat and waited.
I'm still worried the whole time.
Okay. But you sat and waited. Is that yes?
I had to wait, yeah.
And so eventually you gave up waiting, I'm assuming?
Well, yeah, eventually I had to go forward.
Okay. And so did you tell Chris Austin that you were going to turn off power to the house?
No, it was not too much time for talking.
And when you went into the garage, where was Chris Austin?
I'm not sure.
You didn't see him.
I don't remember.
You don't remember. So he may have been with you.
I don't remember.
And after you turned off the power to the house, then were you watching Fabio from inside the kitchen?
Yes.
So he could have just turned his head and seen you through the glass at any time.
Could have.
But he didn't.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. Repeat the question?
Sure. He didn't see you.
I don't know.
That's overruled.
Well, he didn't see you because he didn't come in, right? You eventually
I don't know
said
if he saw me or not.
you went out to
I'm
him.
assuming he didn't see me. I don't know if he saw me or not. I doubt it.
So you went out to get him.
Yes.
And then at some point you told us you went back into the garage, right? You told us that you followed some wires that were everywhere that led you to the DVR, correct?
Yeah, it was where the car was, yeah.
Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 129. There's a 17 in the lower left corner. In terms of all the wires that you told us you followed yesterday, where are the wires?
In the garage.
But you told us that you followed the wires from the house to the garage. So I'm asking you, where are the wires
In the
that
garage.
you told the jury yesterday that you followed?
In the garage. In the garage.
So you didn't follow any wires?
There are wires from the garage.
Okay. And where were the wires in the garage?
By the box.
And where was that?
I believe it was on it was on a back wall on something, a shelf or a closet or something. I can't remember. I don't have the layout in my head.
And how did you know that the DVR would be in the garage?
The wires.
Yes,
I saw
but
it.
we talked about the fact that there actually aren't any wires in the house, as you said yesterday. That
I saw the wires.
Okay. So once you went into the garage, that's when you saw the wires, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall where the wires were in the garage that you traced to some box in a different location?
They were coming off a wall. Not from, they were laying on the wall or coming from the wall. They were just there. You could see them.
Okay. And at some point before you left, did you also open the garage door in order to steal the Porsche and drive away?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
I
Given that
pulled
you had turned off the power.
I pulled the emergency cord.
Why didn't you just flip the power back on?
Wasn't thinking.
And so, did you tell Chris Austin to wait in the Porsche at some point in time?
I don't remember offhand, but I'm sure something like that happened. I'm not sure.
So how did Chris Austin know to get into the Porsche?
I said I'm not sure. I know we wound up there. I don't remember all the conversation. There was a lot going on. I don't remember all that.
Well, you remembered a few days ago when you testified on direct. Has anything happened between a few days ago?
Regarding
today?
about Chris getting in the Porsche, I don't remember that either.
You don't remember him getting in the Porsche? So
No,
he might have
about
gone
direct, about being on direct and being asked about this.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So somehow Chris got into the Porsche. Was he in the Porsche before or after you?
I don't remember.
Okay. So it could have been after you.
I don't remember.
All right. And then what did you do?
I guess we got in the Porsche and left.
Okay. Who drove?
I did.
Was that because Chris didn't know how to drive a stick?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know if he knows how to drive a stick or not.
Okay. You wouldn't have asked him that ahead of time in your plan.
I'm not thinking about all that in my plan.
You're not thinking about
I
a
wasn't.
getaway in your plan?
I wasn't thinking about who's driving what car in the plan. I know I'm driving, and I want to leave.
What about in the plan? What was the plan on how you were going to leave? Were you always planning on taking the Porsche?
No, I didn't know exactly at the moment. My plan was to go back and go down the same way we came, but time was running out.
So which way did you go?
Make a right, then another right. I don't know the streets. I don't know the street names, so.
Well, you said you lived in the valley. We went over that
I don't know the
yesterday.
streets.
So you made several rights. And where did that take you to?
Eventually, it took us back to Ventura Boulevard.
Wouldn't you have to go left to get back to Ventura Boulevard?
At some point, there's a left somewhere.
Okay. And then where'd you go?
Behind Ventura Boulevard on the back street, and found the nearest empty spot there was and parked the car.
An empty spot where?
I don't know.
You don't know where?
No, I don't. I'm not driving back in the back streets like that. I just wanted to get rid of the car.
Okay. And so what you in a commercial area, a residential area, an industrial area?
I guess it was not industrial. It was part of the businesses on Ventura. I'm guessing.
Near any particular location that you recall?
No, I don't.
Stores or anything of that nature?
I was from the back, so I didn't see any of that.
So you had no idea where you were?
I got an idea where I'm at, but I don't know where I was at.
But at some point you had to go back to the car.
And I had to backtrack the same way I came to find it because I didn't know exactly where I parked the car.
So you went back to the house in order to backtrack?
No, I went back to the car where I parked it.
Okay. And the keys, did you get those keys out of the drawer that we see here on the screen where there's a drip of blood in the number 12? Is that where you got the keys from?
I don't remember. I know it was from a counter somewhere. There was a counter involved.
So you remember that?
It was a counter.
Not in the drawer.
It was a counter. I don't know which counter it was. I can't remember. I just saw him sitting there.
And at some point in time, did you also, before you left, do any cleaning up?
I tried to.
With what?
Rags.
Where'd you get rags?
I believe it was sitting. I don't know. They were just rags. I can't do it with my hands, so I took something and tried to clean up with it.
And where did you get the rags from as you were doing your cleaning job?
I really don't remember. Anything I saw available.
So you found rags somewhere.
Somewhere.
And you started cleaning the house.
I tried to clean what I could, not the whole house, obviously.
And what did you use to clean up?
I was trying to look for Clorox and anything that was under the sink.
And what did you use?
Anything that was there.
Did you tell Al Birdsong that you used apple cider vinegar?
I don't remember that.
Is that possible, since you've told us you don't remember a lot of things today?
I don't remember a lot of things. It was almost 10 years ago.
Okay. So would it be fair that you might have told Al that?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Al telling you apple cider vinegar isn't going to get rid of your DNA?
I don't remember that either.
So that's possible that you had such a conversation.
I don't remember.
Do you remember, after you stayed at Lacheyne's for a few days, telling us that you went to Las Vegas to stay with Al?
Yes.
And did you tell Al what you had done?
No.
So if he had information regarding the murder that he said he got from you, he must have gotten it somewhere else?
Objection and speculation.
Sustained.
You also told us that at some point after you left the Porsche, you went to another location to get back to the rental car, correct?
Yes.
And where was that?
That was the same place I told you I parked it at.
Where was that?
I don't know the exact location. It was in the residential area.
Okay. And when did you go back to the rental car?
After I left the Porsche.
With Chris?
Yes.
And when the two of you went back to the residential area and got into the rental vehicle, where'd you go from there?
I told him to go ahead and leave and go back, meet me at the apartment if he could. If not, go. I can't remember exactly. I think I told him to leave, to go to the airport, or just leave, just to get out of there. So he took off on his way, and me, I was still trying to get organized because I needed to change. I needed to get rid of the stuff, all that stuff. I needed to do all that.
So he, not knowing where anything was, you told him to just leave?
I needed him to go.
Uh-huh. And so where was he supposed to go?
I told him to go to the apartment. If he needed anything, grab it, grab his stuff, whatever he needed, and leave and get out of there. Because
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on. Everything was happening too fast.
So did you give him a key?
I can't remember.
So how would he have gotten into your apartment to get his stuff?
I can't remember if I gave him a key or not. I must have gave him the key. I can't remember.
Okay.
I
And
remember
so
that.
where did you go at that point?
I think I tried to get rid of everything. So I
Okay.
went to the nearest bins to throw everything away.
So you walked there or drove there?
No, I walked.
You walk now?
Yeah, I walked.
Okay.
I'm still walking. I haven't moved the car yet.
Okay. Okay.
Then what?
And then where'd you go?
I got rid of the stuff in the bins, threw everything away.
This is in this residential area?
Yes. Threw everything away, got back in the car. I still hear sirens. I remember hearing sirens still. And I wanted to get out of there, but I just wanted to get out of there. So anyway, got in the car and went towards the apartment.
You went to the apartment?
I was trying to get to the apartment. I was going to go that way. I really didn't know really where I was going to go, but I wanted to get to the apartment because I knew I had to get to work. That was in this crazy chaos going on.
Mm-hmm. And
So on the way, I saw Chris running. He was jogging. And I pulled over and I told him, just get in real quick. Just get in. I looked around real quick to make sure. I just looked around just to see if anything was going on, anyone's paying attention. You know, it's chaotic thinking at the time.
And then what?
And then what? And then he got in the car.
And where'd you go from there?
Went to the bowling alley.
Which
And-
bowling alley?
The one on Satakoy and I forget the street.
Okay. What'd you do at the bowling alley?
Changed. Got rid of clothes.
I
Changed.
thought you told us you threw everything away when you
Threw it-
walked to the bins.
No, I didn't throw the clothes away.
I see.
I threw the items away.
I see. Which items were those?
Whatever
Everything
was
in
in
the pillowcase?
Yeah, everything in the pillowcase.
Okay. So you threw away your clothes.
I didn't throw away the clothes yet.
Okay. So you went to the bowling alley on Satakoy. You said you threw away your clothes. You're saying now, no, you didn't. So tell us what you did there.
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. Tell us what you did.
I got the clothes off. We got our clothes and then put it in bags, and I wanted to get him out of there.
Okay.
But I still didn't leave. I couldn't leave because I had to go to work. So I remember being dark, and I told him, I need to go to work. and just stay out of the way for now, because right now it seemed it was safe. It was kind of safe for the moment.
It was safe at the moment. You just told us you heard sirens, right?
Yeah, way much before then. Time had elapsed.
Oh, okay. And then what?
And then I went to the apartment.
You went to the apartment.
Yes.
Okay. Did you take Chris with you?
No.
Didn't take Chris. So you drove him somewhere and left him off again in some street.
He was in the bowling alley where it was nice and safe.
I see. Okay. So you drove the rental back to the apartment.
I walked. He stayed in the car.
I see. And then what?
I went to the apartment.
And where'd you go once you were at the apartment? What'd you do? Did
I
you
went
go
to LA
in?
Fitness afterwards.
Did you go inside?
Yes.
And what'd you do there?
In the apartment,
Yes.
change clothes, go to work.
I thought you told us you had clothes already in the car and that you changed yesterday. You told us you changed your clothes at the car.
Change clothes again.
I see. Okay. And then?
Went to work.
And what did you drive to work?
The black truck,
The one with the battery issue.
the one that had the battery issue.
Okay. And how were you, how long were you at LA Fitness?
Short time.
What does that mean?
Short time. Not the usual 3 hours, 4 hours I stay.
An hour? 10 minutes?
A short time.
Don't know how long.
No, I wasn't counting.
Okay. And who saw you there? Who did you make contact with?
Sheila, Ricky, Bagley, everybody saw me there.
Okay. Sheila testified you weren't there until the 26th, so,
You should check the footage.
okay, we did that. So
Okay.
you don't come back on the
You
screen.
didn't see the black truck pull up?
No.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I was there.
Okay. And then where do you go?
Eventually I went back to the house.
To the
No,
apartment?
I didn't go back to the house. I didn't. I went to the bowling alley with the truck.
Drove to the bowling alley.
Parked the truck. Got Chris in the car. And
Where was he?
he was in the bowling alley.
He was sitting in the bowling alley.
No, he was sitting in the bowling alley parking lot.
Got it. In the car where you left him.
Yes.
Got it. And then where'd you go?
Then told him to get in. Or not exactly. Something about let's get in. Let's get you out of here. And no. I left the truck parked. I got to the car into the rental, and then I wanted to get him to the airport, get him out of there. So I
Okay.
took him to a bus stop close to the flyaway, and someplace where there was no where I thought there was no cameras to see us both together, just in case. And he got out, and that was it.
Okay. So what time did you get to LA Fitness?
I don't. It was before I'm supposed to start the league, whatever time that was. Probably 6:30,
6:30.
maybe. I'm guessing because I know you're
Okay.
going to try to hold me to it.
And then how long were you allegedly at the league? Till when? 6:30 to what? 7, 7:30?
As soon as I got Bagley to take over my league for me.
Bob Bagley.
Yes.
Yeah. What time?
I don't know. I wasn't keeping track. Probably around. I'm guessing 7,
Okay.
7:15, 7:30 maybe. I'm guessing. As soon as he agreed to do it.
Okay. So you're there for an hour or under.
Roughly. Very roughly.
And then you went back to the bowling alley.
Yes.
Okay. You told us that Austin told you that he got a stupid ass ticket, or that's what you said.
Yeah, that's what he told me.
And was that while you were at LA Fitness?
Yes.
think you went back to your apartment?
I don't know the exact time. I have no idea. But I walked. Remember? I walked.
You walked there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked previously as People's 158. It's a PowerPoint belonging to Cy Ray. And this particular page indicates that cellular data placed you at the Van Nuys Flyway at 6:30. You think that's probably right?
I have no idea. It might be. It might be.
You told us that you thought you were at LA Fitness from 6:30 to 7:15.
I told you it was all guesswork.
7:30, and that you went actually to the gym early that day. Remember that?
I told you 11 o'clock. That afternoon I went early, but not here. I don't know what time I told you before. I wasn't keeping track of the time like that.
Okay. Well, you told us that you were kind of keeping track of the time because you wanted to make sure that you got
To work.
to the gym.
Yeah, that's
right?
usually what time I get there. Around that time.
Okay. And you see this, right? This mapping putting you near the Van Nuys Flyway at 6:30?
That's what your information that you provided says.
Showing you another page from Cy Ray, his PowerPoint on 158. This places you in the area near your home where Chris Austin got a ticket in close proximity to Austin at 5:45.
So again, I must have been walking during that time frame.
Okay. So at some point, you obviously had your phone on you, right?
Yes.
And you were actually, as we heard testimony, in close proximity to Chris at the time that he got his ticket. Remember that?
Okay. I see you.
Do you remember him getting a ticket?
That's what he told me. He got a ticket. I didn't see the ticket, but he said he did.
But you told us that you left him at a bowling alley on Satakoy, and then you left to go to LA Fitness, right?
I left to go to my apartment.
And then to
go
LA
to LA
Fitness,
Fitness.
right?
And then go to LA Fitness.
Right.
Right.
So how would you explain that you're in the same vicinity as Christopher Austin at the time that he gets the ticket?
I have no idea. I'm going down the road on foot, so I don't know where he's at. I left him in the bowling alley parking lot.
Okay. You also told us on direct examination that you went to the apartment because you needed to get rid of Monica's property, clothes that she kept at your house. Remember that?
That was sometime during the night, yeah.
Sometime during the night.
Yeah.
Was that before or after you let Austin off?
I believe it was after.
After.
I believe it was after he left.
And then your testimony on direct was that you knew they would look into her really hard. Do you remember testifying to that?
Probably so.
And who are they?
You guys.
Us guys.
You.
Okay. Me.
Well, your representation of the state.
Okay. So you knew that we would look into Monica really hard, you said on direct. Why would we look into Monica really hard?
Well, usually you're watching all the TV shows, and there you go.
So by watching TV, you knew that we'd look into Monica really hard.
If you watch the Datelines and all that, anybody who has a death in the family that's suspicious or anything or direct, you look into the family members first.
I see. Now, you told us that you dumped everything in the pillowcase off in the bins when you dropped Chris Austin off at the Van Nuys Flyaway. did you give him anything so that he could get back,
Oh.
given that his flight wasn't for that day, and that you expected him to be there, as you told us, for a few days, and you were just having him there while you were waiting for some random opportunity to come up?
There's a question in there. I'm trying to figure out where it is. What's the question again?
My question was, what did you give, if anything, to Chris Austin?
I had pulled out money. I had money that I had from my little stash at the house. I pulled out some money, and I still had some coins in the pocket, or the gold coins in my pocket.
Thought you said you put those in the pillowcase.
No, I said I put those in my pocket.
I see. In the envelope with the documents?
Yes.
So that all fit in there too?
It's not that big.
Okay. And so you then did what? Went into your pocket and gave him what?
I gave him. I actually didn't go into give it to him from there. I went to the house first. The house to get my gear and all that stuff. So when I came back, I had it on me. So I took the coins with me, and everything else was still. I think it was all with me. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But I remember taking the coins with me. Took some money with me.
To LA Fitness?
No, from my house.
Well, you told us that from your house you changed and you went to LA Fitness.
I'm trying to remember. So with those items, I had those items with me. The money and the coins with me.
Again,
I knew.
to LA Fitness, right?
I was at my house first. I wound up going to LA Fitness.
And you said you took the coins with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you had the coins with you at LA Fitness.
No, I don't remember if I took them with me or left them in my truck. I can't remember if I did that or not. I may have left everything in the truck.
Okay.
Because I did get in the car to go there. So I'm not going to go in there with money, with a lot of money in my pocket and gold coins.
Safer to leave it in the car.
Yes, for me it is.
Right. The same car that you told us earlier was broken into when your laptop, your computer was stolen, right?
This was 6 months later you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, it's not the same car.
Okay. So you weren't driving the Ford Expedition. Bless you.
Say again?
You weren't driving the Ford Expedition
Which day?
that night.
Because you're bouncing around, so I'm trying to keep up with you. That night, I was driving the Ford Expedition when I went from my apartment to the gym.
Okay. So you leave the coins and the money in your car, in the parking lot in Woodland Hills, and then you go where?
In LA Fitness.
Okay. And when you came back, you then told us you drove back to the bowling alley, right, to meet up with
Correct.
Chris.
Correct.
And then he gets in your car,
No,
you get in his car.
I leave the truck behind.
You leave your truck there.
Yes.
Okay. At this area where the bowling alley is, on Satiquoy.
Yes.
Okay. And then you drive or he drives?
Drive from where?
From the bowling alley
I do.
to, where do you go?
To the bus stop.
Directly.
I'm pretty sure.
No more other stops.
I don't think so.
Okay. And you give him money
Yes.
and you give him gold coins.
Yes.
How much money?
I'm guessing 2,000
$2,000.
something, 3,000 to hold him over.
2 to 3.
Yeah, just in case he has to disappear or whatever. Just in case.
Okay. And where'd you get the money from? Because we saw your bank records the other day.
I have cash stashed.
I see.
If you looked at my bank record, you could say I took out large sums of money at given points.
Okay. So you somehow stashed $2,000 to $3,000 in the house. You get the money from the house plus the gold coins.
My apartment.
How many gold coins?
I'm thinking it was like, I don't know, I think it was like anywhere between 6 and 10. It was a handful. I gave him like five of them.
You only gave him half.
I'm guessing again. I'm guessing. I just gave him a handful, like 5 or 6. It was like half.
So
And I
what
just
did
gave
you
it to him.
do with the rest of the gold coins?
I kept them.
And what did you do with them?
I eventually cashed them out.
For how much?
I don't remember. It was good sum. It was a good sum though.
When you say a good sum, what does that mean?
Like 3,000.
Okay. And where did you do that?
Various places in LA.
Various places.
Yeah. Do I know what they are? No.
So you, when you say various places, did you take each coin to a different location?
There were different places. There were different places.
So is that yes?
I don't know. I don't remember. I remember I might have cashed in 2 at one place and 1 at another. I don't remember.
Okay. And when did you do that?
When? Somewhere in between that day and months later.
Well, you told us
I don't
that
remember what
you
day.
specifically went back to the apartment to clean out anything that could connect you to Monica. So I'm assuming you also didn't want to be connected to Fabio by having gold coins in your apartment.
Good assumption. So I still don't remember the days though.
Okay. So you did the cleaning of her stuff, but the coins you left there.
I don't know where I left them. I don't know where I kept them at.
Okay.
I think I might have kept them. And I don't know. They kind of came with me sometimes. That wasn't like the main.
They came with you
And put them in my person, yeah, in my pocket,
just to carry around?
just in case I need to get rid of them. I had a chance. I mean, I'm not looking that day and say, oh, I'm gonna get rid of these coins today. Let me count them because let me watch them all day long. No, it wasn't like that. If the opportunity came, I tried to get rid of them.
Got it. So you told us you stayed at Lacheyne's for a couple nights. You told us you stayed in Las Vegas for a couple nights. You also stayed at Ricky and Sheila's first week in February, right?
Yeah, I don't know the dates, but I did stay with them.
Till Ricky asked you to leave, right?
At least that's what he says.
Because you were trying to use Sheila to get Monica out of the house that first week in February.
Yes.
And then the following week, after Ricky kicked you out, you went to Glendale and you stayed with your friend Roger, right? Callie B?
I stayed over there a couple of days.
How many's a couple?
I didn't keep count. I don't know.
Could it be possibly a couple weeks?
I don't remember how much time it was exactly.
And while you were there, Monica came numerous times and picked you up, right?
Eventually. This was when you said February? That sounds about right.
She would pick you up in February and March, and the two of you would go out, right?
We would go somewhere.
And then she would come back and stay at Rogers with you for a while.
Yes, sit and have a drink, stay off the streets. For me, I didn't want to be on the streets.
Well, you were on the streets. You
I
were
was
going
trying to stay off the streets as much as possible.
You went to clubs.
I'm trying to stay off the streets as much as possible.
Did you go to the parlor bar?
Who?
The parlor bar?
I don't remember these names.
You don't remember? You were there several times.
I don't remember the names.
Laugh Factory,
I do remember that.
Dime Bar.
I do remember that.
So you weren't worried about staying off the streets because you were out.
Not initially. Initially I was. After a while, when time went on, no, I wasn't.
So in February, enough time had gone on.
Not a little bit. It wasn't quite comfortable yet.
Comfortable enough, though, to go out, right?
I went out.
Okay. And after you abandoned your job, somebody else took over at LA Fitness, right? You didn't go back there.
For my job, I actually made sure someone took over. So I didn't know. So I had someone take over the job.
You had someone, not the company.
Well, the company did, but I made sure
Sean.
that he got the position.
You also told us that at the house, Austin, after the murder, was in a bad way. What did you mean by that?
When he left to go to Alaska, I could tell he was still shaken up. So I could tell. That's what I mean by bad way. He was shaken up. I could tell by his voice, and just
Appeared to you to be having a panic attack?
he just wasn't his usual self. I could tell he was shaken up. He wasn't his usual self.
So what did you do to help him after dragging him into
I just
this murder?
talked to him. That's it. I can do nothing but talk to him from Alaska.
So you talked to him from Alaska, or you did not?
I talked to him while he was in Alaska.
Okay. What did you say to him when you dropped him off at the
I don't know.
flyway?
I don't keep verbatim conversation of the whole thing. I don't know.
Well, he was freaking out. So what did you say to him?
Whatever it took to calm him down.
And how did you do that?
Just say the right things. Just listen.
Such as what?
I have no idea. Depends.
Well, we know what the circumstances are, so it doesn't depend. So what did you say?
I don't remember because I don't remember the conversation directly. It's just something to calm him down, whatever it was.
And at some point, did you tell Austin that he should get a burner phone after he already left Los Angeles?
At some point I did.
Okay. Do you remember how you did that?
I think on the phone, using the phone.
How about through a Facebook message?
Oh, I don't remember.
No?
I said I think. I'm not sure. This is a long time ago.
Did you tell him to get a burner phone, and then subsequent to that, did you send him money to get a burner phone?
No.
No?
I don't remember sending him any money.
You don't?
I don't remember sending him any money. Wait, you talking about after this or before?
After.
There was no need for me to send him any money. He had money.
He had money. Okay. Thought you told us that you gave him an ATM card previously, and that you told him he could use the money whenever he wanted for anything he needed.
Yeah,
Did you
good.
continue putting money into the account
At
that
that
was
point?
connected to the ATM that he pulled out in Alaska?
No.
Okay. Showing you a PowerPoint from, I believe this is also 158, Officer Curtis Davis's PowerPoint. Do you see this message here on January 26th, 3 days after the murder?
Yes. Let me see the part that says download WhatsApp on your phone. Okay, I see that. I see that.
That's the app that you registered for at 11:40 at night after you dumped Viber, you and Monica both on the day of the murder you talked about. Remember that?
I remember.
That's the glitchy.
I don't remember all those little details, but I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Well, you can see it right here, right?
I see what you're showing. I see what you're showing me. Yeah.
Do you remember
I don't remember
sending
any
a
of this.
message to Chris, download WhatsApp?
This is 10 years ago. I don't remember any of this stuff.
Okay. And then, did you also remove Christopher Austin from your friends connection on Facebook that same day?
I probably did. I probably did.
The one here with the direction to download WhatsApp is page 159. Now I'm going to show you page 66 from that same PowerPoint from Officer Davis. Do you remember on that same date that you removed him at 1:52 in the morning?
I probably did. I don't deny that.
And why would you have done that?
Cutting ties,
And why would you have done that?
because the murder was done
So you were cutting ties with him because the murder was done.
with him. Yeah, well, just starting that process. Yeah,
Starting the process
cutting
of-
communication with normal routes. Yeah.
Okay. But you told us that when he came out to Los Angeles, not only did the two of you discuss the murder, but you also discussed the fact that you were starting a new business and you wanted to talk to him about that.
Well, that was going to be put on hold based on what was going on right then.
Well, you had planned to commit the murder. That was the whole point in having him come out. We
And
talked about that.
We also talked about the business that was going to come later too.
Right. So you're not cutting ties with him.
For the moment.
I'm sorry?
For the moment.
For the moment.
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of that?
To cut ties.
For what purpose?
To get distance for the moment.
So you're cutting ties with him so that the two of you wouldn't be linked. Correct?
Or reduce it at least.
Okay.
It's going to be linked regardless, but just reduce it as much as possible.
And then the two of you began talking on a burner phone,
Yes.
right?
Right.
So there was still a link because you're still communicating. Now the two of you are just talking through two different burner phones.
Not normal. Not a normal way to conversate.
I see. What?
Conversate.
Conversating.
Not a normal way to conversate.
Okay. Now, Chris Austin testified in this case and told law enforcement the day that he was arrested that the reason all of this happened, this murder occurred, was because of the life insurance. That you told him that Monica was going to get money from Fabio's life insurance. Do you remember having that conversation with him?
No.
No. So, when did you and Monica first discuss the life insurance policy?
Objection, since facts not in evidence.
Sustain?
At what point, if ever, did you and Monica discuss life insurance?
Never had such a conversation.
You never discussed.
No. I'm pretty sure we never discussed this type of thing. None of my business.
Pretty sure.
Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I mean, we talked about a lot of things, so I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure. Like percentage-wise, 80%,
I'm not doing
90%. As sure as you were about everything else you've testified to?
99%.
99%. Okay, so really sure.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, 99% is pretty good odds.
Well, your odds are probably different from mine.
Objection, solely limited.
Okay.
Sustain?
If you never discussed life insurance, 99% sure, with Monica, why were you the first person she contacted when she received an email from Detective Harshal saying that she had been cleared to collect the life insurance?
Objection, that's argumentative.
It's overruled.
Well, you would probably have to ask her that.
So you don't know why she would contact you. Not her daughters, who she was so worried about not getting the insurance, but you.
Like I said, you might have to ask her that.
So if she sent you information regarding what she received from Detective Parshall about being cleared for life insurance, you wouldn't even know what she was talking about.
The only thing I knew about was she was concerned about paying the mortgage and paying bills. That's the only thing I know about. So maybe she was excited about it.
She was excited about it.
Maybe she was excited about whatever she was dealing with there. I've never seen this, so you can show me this all day. I've never seen this.
Really? Because it's found in your Ford Expedition on a flash drive. Sent it to you.
Why the hell would this be on a flash drive? I don't know.
You had photos of her on a flash drive. Lots of nudie photos.
Of course.
Sex photos, masturbation photos, sex with other men.
Objection, Your Honor. This is argumentative.
It's just time.
You had all sorts of photos of her on a flash drive, including this.
I don't remember this.
You don't remember it?
No.
And see this? It says, we're clear on the letter for the life insurance. Secretary typing it up, and MetLife should have it by the end of next week or the following week. See that? Bless you. Yeah?
I see it.
Showing you what was previously marked as People's 176, an extraction from Monica's phone. See the time here, 6:03, 6:17 when the, at the top of the screenshot, do you see that?
Has nothing to do with me. I see it, but nothing to do with me.
All right. That's dated June 9th. Same day, June 9th. (3:13 p.m. UTC -7). She's in New York at the time, and she calls you. Correct?
I don't know. I guess. I don't know. I'm not. I hope you don't think I'm supposed to know all this off the top of my head. I really don't.
See this number here? 374-1922, this 818 number, after your phone number?
I see the numbers.
See that as being Detective Parshall's number?
And you need me to do this for you. I thought you had the detectives to do this.
Objection moved to strike non-responsive.
Stricken.
Did you talk to her while she was in New York? Before she went to Toronto at the beginning of June?
I talk to her all the time.
So is that yes?
I don't know. But I do talk to her all the time, so I can't say no.
Okay. And did she call you while she was in New York
What was the date?
and Canada?
What was
June 9th.
June 9th? June 9th?
3 o'clock here, 6
You said
o'clock
June
in New
9th?
York.
Yeah,
Yes.
if it was June, yes.
Yes?
If it was June, probably. Yeah, probably. If it was
You
June.
also talked to her from Toronto where she went after that, right? You knew she went there for a Lifetime Achievement Award that Fabio was getting, right?
Chances are I did. Chances are.
Now, you also, I believe, told us that when you were testifying on direct, that the oath to tell the truth means something to you, right?
It means something when we come to court.
Right. Means what?
It means to tell the truth.
And that's what you've done over the last several days, right?
The best that I could. The best that I could.
But if you weren't telling the truth, there would be no consequence, right? Because you're already serving a sentence of life without parole, right?
That's argumentative.
Sustained.
What consequence might there be if you were to lie to this jury?
I don't
All
know.
Consequence?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm sure you'll find something.
Well, there is nothing, right?
I don't know. Take your word for it.
I mean, perjury as opposed to life without parole is chump change, right?
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
But you have friends that are lawyers, right?
Yes.
Like Howard Lynch, right?
He's a friend of mine.
And you've talked to him about your case?
Never.
Never.
No, I haven't talked to him about my case, but this one, no.
I see. How about John Stanley? Talk to him about your case?
I haven't talked to him. Wait a minute. I think he came to see me. So I did talk to him very briefly.
I think you also told us that you, on direct, you made up the name Jaybird or JB when you talked to the defense as the person who you committed the murder of Fabio Sementilli with. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said, you told the jury that you told the truth about Austin when you called your mom and your mom said they were looking for JB, right?
Yes.
Did your mom say who they were?
I can't remember the exact conversation, but the only person she can get it from is the media.
I see. So you told the jury that the media was looking for JB.
The only thing I just said was that JB was from my mother. She was from my mother, and because that's what we were talking about earlier, and the information had to come from the media.
I see. So
Had
the
to be.
media was looking for the
I don't know if
person
they're looking
named
for him or
JB.
not, but it was mentioned through. I'm sure it was through the media. I'm sure it was.
Which media was looking for
I don't know. I
somebody
mean,
by the name?
you're releasing all kinds of information.
One moment.
Who was?
One moment. There's an objection, please. Sustained.
When you said your mother told you they were looking for JB, and you said the media was.
No, I'm trying to remember the conversation. I'm telling you, I knew it was the media.
You knew it was the media.
It had to be.
Okay. So somehow the media would be looking for a person by the name of JB.
That was my thought.
And which media would be looking for a person without a name?
I don't know. The media, I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know.
Would that be another story that you just made up?
Why would I make that up? It has nothing to do with anything.
Well, you told us that you told the defense the truth. So when did you tell them this story that
Who's
the
them?
media was looking for JB?
Who is them?
The defense.
Oh,
Action, that seems like not an evidence.
Exactly.
Plural.
When did you tell the defense that?
whenever they came to see me.
You told them that the media was looking for
Oh,
a
no,
guy
no, no, no,
named
no. I never
JB.
told them that. No, I never told the defense
I
that
see.
ever. No, your questions are all over the place.
Yeah.
I can't keep up with it.
Now, you also told us that you never told Monica that you committed this crime, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that when you went to see Monica the night of the wake, which would have been January 29th, after coming back from Victorville, where you purchased the burner phones, that you needed to see what was wrong with her, if she was all right, because you wanted to make sure she wasn't upset that you had done this. Do you remember that?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. So at that point, at the wake, did you tell her, like you told the jury, that you needed to find out if she was upset because you had done this, meaning killing her husband?
That assumes facts, not an evidence.
Oh,
I never said
You
anything. I never said anything like that.
Oh, you did on direct.
No.
Okay.
No. There's a question in there somewhere.
This states direct.
Yeah, this is all over the place.
Answer the question.
So ask again, because there was like a whole bunch of pieces in there.
Yes, I would put in the pieces of what
Please.
you told this jury.
All right.
That you went there that night because
I did
you
go.
had to.
I did go, yes.
Okay. And so, what did you tell her about that? You said you needed to find out?
About going?
Go ahead, sir. Answer.
No, I'm trying to. About me going?
Jack, know your approach.
all right.
did you tell her at the wake?
That's what day you're on the house or there.
So, silver rule.
I'm thinking at first, I don't remember exactly offhand, but the way, in the shape that she was in, again, this is just paraphrasing. It seems like I make one word error, it's a lie. So I'm paraphrasing. So when I saw her, she looked pretty bad off, and I asked, I'm pretty sure I asked her, was she all right? Are you all right?
Do you remember stating on direct, well, eventually I approached her when I could, but she was surrounded by a lot of people. And I wanted to find out why. I mean, I know why she was messed up like that, but I wanted to find out what the hell was going on with her. Like, you know, like, is she losing it because of me doing this thing? You know? And that's what it was. I was just trying to see.
Okay.
If. And then Mr. Levine cut you off, and you said, if you were responsible,
Your Honor,
and you said,
Well,
yeah.
Well,
that's the finding, cut it off.
That's what it says. It says, see if, and then
Yeah, all
you're interrupted.
that was going on at the same time in my head, but I'm trying to go step by step with you here. But in my mind, are you all right? Because she looked bad off.
Right. And so, did you ask her, like you said, are you messed up because I did this thing?
No, I didn't have to say
You
that.
didn't. And why not? If that's what you were worried about, why didn't you ask her that?
Because it would say that I did it.
Because what?
It would say that I did it.
Okay. And so that's what you told us, though, that you wanted to make sure she wasn't upset because you did this thing.
I wanted to make sure she wasn't losing her mind and totally upset, period.
Okay.
'Cause it looked bad.
So when you talked to her, you didn't say anything.
I'm sure I said something like, are you all right? And she barely spoke. I was barely audible.
I see. Okay. How many times would you say you spoke to Monica's lawyers?
I don't know. You have the information in front of you. I have no idea about. Over 5.
Over 6?
I don't know. Over 5. It felt like 5. I don't know. I wasn't keeping track.
Over 8?
I wasn't keeping track.
Approximately how many, do you think? Give us an estimate.
Over 5.
Since you were there and we weren't.
Yeah, but I wasn't keeping track.
I see. You wanted, though, to talk to them for a long time, right?
I wanted to talk to them as long as it's needed.
No, I mean, you had wanted to speak with them for years. You told Monica in recordings that you wanted to talk to her lawyers, right?
I did.
And because you wanted to take the blame, right?
No, because I needed information. It was a smart-ass comment because I wasn't getting information at all.
I see. So when you said to Monica in numerous conversations, if things go bad, I will take the blame. I'll take it. I'll lie. Right?
I probably said that.
And you also said that you wanted to talk to her lawyers. And you told Monica that you needed to get your lawyers and her lawyers together so they were all on the same page, because she doesn't have a defense without you, and you don't have a defense without her. Do you remember that?
Objection, the misstates the evidence.
the rule.
Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Showing you People's 217. Do you recognize this shirt? It has a 1 in the lower left corner.
I don't remember this. She's wearing a shirt. She probably got it from me. I just don't remember it.
Do you remember telling Detective Gable, Detective Tellis on June 14th after your arrest that the shirt she was wearing the day you guys were arrested, which is this shirt, that she got it from you?
I don't remember all that.
Do you recognize the bedding?
Actually, I do.
Yeah, whose bedding is that?
That's hers.
No, it's yours.
Oh, see, that's how crazy I am. Wow. I could have swore that was hers.
Looking at this photo taken June 13th on her way back from Toronto. Oh, this has not been marked? Your Honor, can I have this marked as the people's next in order, please? 278?
279.
Thank you. 279, there's a 6 in the lower left corner. And the June 13th. Is that the same shirt?
Looks like it.
Do you recognize this photo?
No. I'm looking hard too. No.
No. She's wearing the same shirt, right? Shirt you gave her, right?
Okay. I don't recognize the photo so far.
Okay. And also contained on your SD card found in your Ford Expedition. You have a lot of SD cards, racquetball equipment, clothing, women's clothing in your Expedition at the time that you were arrested, right?
In my Expedition? I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Mm-mm. Because when I was arrested in a squad car, not in my truck. So I don't remember.
Yes, but you had things in your Expedition that was parked in the garage at your apartment.
Okay.
On the day you were arrested, right?
I don't remember. I don't remember. I didn't do an inventory before I got arrested. I don't remember. I probably did. I may have.
Do you remember telling Detective Gable and Detective Tellis, actually you asked them, hey, yeah, well you saw the shirt, didn't you, on her? That was a gift I gave her.
Oh.
And the detective said, oh no, and you said, so you didn't see the army shirt? And the detective said, yeah. And you said, did you see the back? It said, it will defend. And the detective said, yeah, right, okay, very nice. Oh, so, and you said it was a gift that I got her, because I can't wear it here anywhere. Remember that?
Not really. I don't remember that. I don't. It's too long ago.
Did Monica ever ask you if you had committed this murder?
No.
Never asked you that.
No.
How about after the two of you tried to explain away where all your DNA in the house came from?
Objection is argumentative.
Still rule.
Say that one more time.
Sure. We heard you in an overhear talking to Monica a couple of different times trying to explain away the DNA that was found of yours at the crime scene.
Oh, not explain away, but those were the reasons. But
Right.
okay,
You were saying it's just a few drops, right?
that's what I
She
was
said
told. That's what I.
she told them. It's just
That's
a
what
few
I was told.
drops.
That's what I was told.
So again, at any point in time, did she ask you, hey, did you murder my husband?
No.
Never. And you still love her, right? That's why you're here.
I love her. Of course, I still love her. Of course,
Yeah.
I do.
And you hope that at some point the two of you will be together.
It's never going to happen.
Right?
It's never going to happen.
Okay. So you didn't talk about conjugal visits in the future or anything like that if she were to get out?
I don't remember. I might have.
Did
maybe.
you ever talk to her about the fact that if she got out, you wanted her to go home, but you needed her to support you and put money on your books and things of that nature? Do you ever have
remember
that
that.
kind of a conversation?
I don't remember that conversation.
So if that was recorded, it just would be that you didn't remember.
I just don't remember.
I see.
You're recording it. I don't remember.
I see. You told us, though, that you lied about Chris Austin's involvement because you wanted to protect him, right?
Right.
And you were much closer to Monica than you were to Chris Austin, right?
Different types of relationships.
Okay. So again, you do anything to protect her too, right? That's what you do.
If I could. If I could.
Do you remember telling Monica in a overhear from August 24th of 2017 that you will flat out lie for her and that you need to start stockpiling because you don't have support out there? And Monica told you, if I get out, you'll have my support. Do you remember that?
At the time, she thought I was innocent. Yes.
Councilwoman, we're going to take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. The defendant is present. All counsel are present. Jury and also present. Mr. Baker, you're still under oath. People may continue.
If you didn't discuss committing the murder of Fabio Sementilli with Monica prior to the murder, how did you know that your plan might backfire? How did you know that your plan might do that? I mean, how did you account for that? Like, what if she, after the murder, decided she couldn't afford to live here and move back to Canada?
Sorry, counsel. That is a compound.
Did you consider, if you're telling the jury that you didn't discuss your plan with Monica to kill Fabio, that after the murder, she might move back to Canada?
She might have.
So wouldn't you have been in a better position to continue the relationship where you could see her whenever pretty much Fabio was at work or traveling?
I thought about it.
And?
Yeah, it could have went either way.
So you told us that you thought by getting him out of the way that you would be able to have Monica all to yourself, right?
True.
But if she moved back to Canada, you wouldn't have her at all,
Very
right?
true. That's also true.
So then what was your plan? What was your plan B?
There was no plan B.
No plan B.
No.
So if she left, she left.
Nothing I could do about it.
I see. So you went to all of these great lengths to set up this murder and bring in Chris Austin and all of the things you've told us about over the last several days on the chance that somehow Monica would be able to find a way to stay in the United States and in California with you.
Well, I knew she was gonna. I knew that she definitely wanted to be in the United States because she was talking about the daughters staying in school. So I knew she was going to stay in the United States, regardless whatever happens anywhere.
Okay? Do you recall, after your arrest, being placed into a cell that you talked about with Monica with a cellmate?
Could have been. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling your cellmate to be careful what he talked about because the cell contained cameras and recorders?
Probably. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling your cellmate everything that you say is being watched and recorded?
We all think that way, yeah.
You thought that?
I don't remember saying it, but we all think that way.
Okay. I'm just asking what you thought.
I always think we're being recorded.
Okay. And did you also tell your cellmate that you know how to work the system?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that?
No, I don't remember the cellmate. I've had a few cellmates, so you gotta help me out with that.
Well, it was the date you were arrested, as I said on this case. In Van
Okay, I
Nuys.
got you. I don't remember that conversation.
When you were talking to your cellmate, did you tell your cellmate that you don't know anything about this murder and that I have no idea why the motherfuckers think it's me?
I don't remember saying it, but I probably would say something like that.
Did you tell them some woman's dude got killed? in a home invasion robbery or some shit?
Again, I don't remember the conversation, but I probably would say something like that.
Did you refer to Monica as your confidant and your friend?
I don't remember.
Does it sound like something you would say?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember saying, I'm trying to keep her cool. I'm trying to see how she feels. She's like a confidant, friend, you know?
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay. Did you tell your cellmate that law enforcement had the wrong motherfucker?
I don't remember the conversation.
Does that sound like you?
Could have been.
Do you remember telling your cellmate Fabio was a big-time celebrity exec? This motherfucker was high profile. He was big time.
I don't remember that.
Did you tell your cellmate, it ain't me? I know it ain't me.
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay. Do you remember telling us earlier today that you had probably around 5 interviews with the defense?
Yes.
This takes the evidence.
So,
Do you remember when the first one was?
No.
Do you remember when the first one was in relation to your plea in this case, which was July 7th of 2023?
I don't remember the exact dates.
Okay. How about August 7th of 2023? Remember that?
I don't remember dates. I don't log this stuff down.
Okay. Do you remember that in the first interview, you talked about the letter that you wrote to Monica?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I had a lot of discussions, but I'm sure we talked about it.
Showing you People's 628.
I think that's defense.
It is. Sorry, Defense 628. You recognize the writing here?
Yes.
Whose writing is that?
It's mine.
And this is the letter we talked about yesterday, right? Where you told us that you spent an entire day writing this letter, right?
And I spent some time, yeah. I wrote the letter.
You wrote it.
I wrote it.
And you gave it to the defense.
Yes.
And this was your attempt to apologize to Monica, right? For killing her husband.
To make it easy for you, yes.
I'm sorry?
To make it easy for you, yes.
Okay. Why do I want you to make it easy for me? Is that what your intent was? Isn't that
No,
what you told the
because-
defense on direct?
No, I'm just making it easier for you so that way you can say it's me who
Objection,
wrote it.
non-responsive. Move to strike.
Stricken.
Again, did you tell the defense on direct that this was your attempt at an apology?
Probably.
And then did you give it to the defense to give to Monica?
Yes.
And so here you wrote that you have a lot to say, right? And the first paragraph that I'm pointing to here, as much as I want to apologize, to say I'm sorry of what happened to him, you and everyone else, it will never be enough for me to emphasize, especially to you, right?
Yes, what I wrote.
And in the letter, you knew that the murder occurred in January, right? You wrote January 2017 when this all happened. Right?
I wrote it.
Is that what you wrote?
Yeah, because I didn't even know the date.
Okay, but you wrote January 2017.
Yes.
So you knew the month.
Yeah.
And you knew the year.
Yes.
And you said your intent was actually to deliver a gift for Monica's birthday, right?
Correct.
However, unknowing it was an unforeseen disaster, right? Is that what you wrote?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said it got worse, right?
A disaster for which I feel horrible. It got worse. Yes.
Okay. And then you wrote, it was supposed to have been a good thing, but it went horribly wrong. Right?
I wrote that.
Okay. And then you said, who could you tell? Who could you explain this to? No one, right?
Talking about me, yes.
And then you said the incident, meaning the murder, plummeted you into your own mental chaos, right?
It did.
And then you said, further down, I am sincerely, deeply sorry, right?
Correct.
And then you wrote about, in this letter, about how you and Monica did various niceties of dropping notes on our cars or places that was personal, right?
Yes.
Slipping cards, mementos, and gifts.
Correct.
And that you prided yourself on turning up the niceties a notch at times, right?
Yes.
That you would leave notes, cards, gifts in or on a car she would drive all over the valley.
If I could.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
And that placing drawn posters with messages only she would know were hers, placed on routes she'd travel, right?
Yes, I wrote that.
And then on the back of page 1, you wrote that I drop in on you in places. I think you wrote here, by accident. Just to let you know you're thought of, right?
I wrote it.
And you said to show you how special she is. Lunches, dinners, spa days, spoil you days, little shopping sprees, spontaneous little things, right?
I wrote it.
And then you started talking about her birthday in 2017, where you gave her a gift, right?
I wrote it.
Okay. And then you said that because she had commitments and couldn't really do a dinner or a lunch, to make it a sort of ceremony, that you had a grander gift of a necklace, ring, designer card, right? That you wanted to give her.
I wrote that.
And you said when I gave you that in passing gift, you hinted before all this happened that you had more gifts for her, right?
I wrote that.
And that you were going to find a way to make her birthday special, correct?
I wrote that.
And you said you were going to wait for an opportunity to give her the gift,
I wrote that.
right?
I wrote all this.
Yes? And then you said you needed to put them somewhere, these gifts that you bought for her, these additional presents, somewhere that she would find it, right?
I wrote that.
And that you had an idea. right?
I wrote all this.
You said you had a little impromptu drop-off plan. Package the gifts up, place it under the seat of her car, right?
I wrote that.
And then you said, but that would require a lot of surveillance. And asking a smart woman too many questions on her whereabouts will sound alarm bells, right?
I wrote that.
So then you said, when you told us just a couple minutes ago that you didn't know the date, in here you wrote the date, right? Days before the 23rd of January.
Yeah, I always kind of knew what the date was, but I didn't really know the dates.
But yet you wrote it.
I know, I get that. I really don't know dates that well, but go ahead, yeah.
Okay. But you knew it here, right?
Okay,
And so you said that you coordinated that a package was going to be delivered to her on a league night, right? Racquetball league night. Correct?
I wrote that.
And that you plan to have it dropped off at the gym. And if that wasn't done that night, it was going to be placed under the seat of the Mustang in the driveway as a last resort by a paid deliverer. Correct?
That's what I wrote.
And then you wrote how it was difficult to accomplish this, right?
That's what I wrote.
The deliverer that you contacted wasn't available, so you were forced to wait for another time, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you said the opportunity came up on the 23rd of January. Again, the date.
That's what I wrote.
And you said that instead of dropping it off on the windshield, you were going to bring it to her home, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you talked about how you met to play racquetball, that Monica mentioned she was barely able to squeeze racquetball in because her day was filled with busyness and errands, right?
Says the opportunity presented itself, you and I met to play racquetball. Okay.
And you said the more you listened, you got the feeling that everyone at the house was going out running errands also, right?
Yes.
So you said you saw the potential to deliver the present.
Yes.
And so basically you told Monica that you were planning to drop off a gift to her at the home, right?
That was the intent of the letter.
Okay. And you talked about placing some jewelry and a card somewhere in the house where she would be surprised, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you said it had to be in a place where she would find it and no one else would stumble across it, right?
That's what I wrote in
So
this
you
letter.
decided that you were going to place this gift and this designer card on her pillow, on her bed,
I just wrote that in the letter.
right? And your plan was to drop it off and then text her to check under her pillow. Right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you go on to talk about how you had it in your racquetball bag and you were worried she would see it in your bag. Remember?
Do I remember? No, I just remember. I'm just looking at. I agree. That's what I wrote.
Okay. And then you talked in length about how you had to rinse your hand off from this racquetball injury, and that she was trying to help you, that you made a mess with towels and water, right?
That's what I wrote.
When you were asked about it here, when I asked you about it yesterday, you talked about putting your hand in your mouth and then putting a Band-Aid over it, right?
Eventually, yes.
Okay.
We just didn't go into detail, but
I
that's
see.
what you. I only answer what you ask.
I see. And then you said that Monica took a plastic bag from you with the towels home with her, right?
That's what I put out. That's what I put on the letter.
And your mind was already on getting the gift to her. So everything else was forgotten, right? So you weren't focused on your injury.
This is just what I wrote for this letter.
Yes.
Yes,
And
I
you
wrote this.
spent a lot of time, as we talked about yesterday, planning out what you were going to say, right?
I just wrote it. I just
Wrote it over the course of a day, right?
I think so.
And it's fairly lengthy, right? Front and back, as we talked about.
Okay.
Every single line, right?
Okay.
And so you said that even to drop off a gift, you decided it would be better if I had an extra set of eyes, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you never use the name Fabio, just like in the overhears. Instead, you refer to him as him, right?
I might have. I mean, I'm sure I do. I don't usually say his name.
Right. And neither did Monica, right? The two of you only refer to him as he or him.
I only speak for myself.
Well, in the overhears with her,
But that's on
the
you.
two of you did not in 60 hours
I
ever
just
use
speak.
his name, right?
I just speak for myself.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
And then you said it irked you to have him think he burns you on time, effort, and partial payment, right? What are you referring to?
Oh, this is referring to the fictitious person.
I see.
Not, yeah, that's what that
So
meant.
you went into some detail on how this fictitious person irked you.
Yes.
And then you said, shortly before the drop, your deliverer and you were going over the impromptu plan, which obviously isn't so impromptu, right?
I wrote that.
Okay.
I wrote that. Your extra stuff, I don't know what you're talking about.
And you said that it was going to be a very loose plan, right?
That's what I wrote.
Okay. And you said that you knew you were going to go towards the Ralphs in her area to figure out the easiest approach to drop it off, right?
That's what I wrote.
And that she texted you or called you and asked you what you were doing and where you were,
That's what I wrote.
right?
That's what I wrote.
And that she said that she was nearby and hoped to see you in a few minutes.
That's what I wrote.
Where you said that it was your usual see each other if we can, while we could, if time permitted, right?
That's what I wrote on this paper.
And then you said the two of you met up at the Target, right? So in this letter, you're talking about, again, on January 23rd, where you and Monica met up at the Target parking lot, right?
I just wrote this on the paper.
Yes, but you're referring to an actual event, right?
I guess we were in the same parking lot together.
Right, and you said you met briefly at the Target parking lot. See this?
I see what I wrote. I see what I wrote.
And you said that you were hoping that you wouldn't give anything away. This big surprise of this extra gift and this card, right?
Whatever it is I wrote on this paper, I wrote it.
Okay. And what you got from her was that everybody was out running errands or school, right?
Whatever's on this paper, I wrote it.
Okay. So at that point, in the parking lot, you're basically stating that Monica told you everybody was out, right?
No, no, this is.
No?
I mean, I already knew this before. I knew this earlier during the day. I knew this earlier during the day.
But
period.
you're talking about a conversation that happened in the parking lot, right?
No, there's no conversation in the parking lot. This is earlier during the day of the information there.
Okay. You see right here where it says we met briefly at the Target Park, and then on the next line, Ing Lot.
That's what I wrote, but it doesn't mean we met and talked.
I see.
It doesn't say any of that.
So you met at the Target parking lot, but you did not speak, right?
No need to.
No need to speak.
No.
You just get together and be silent.
There was no get together.
Got it. So you wrote this, right?
I wrote the whole thing.
Okay. And then you said all that you got from her was everyone was out running errands or school, right? And that she was going to go buy groceries or something, right?
Well, apparently this is all fictitious, so it doesn't matter anyway.
Objection, move to strike,
Stricken.
non-responsive. That's what you wrote here,
I
right?
did write that.
And then on the next page, you said your chat was very short. So it sounds like there was a conversation, right? Sounded like no one home, right?
That's what's written on the paper.
Or that nobody would be home for an hour or two, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said you went to the house, right?
That's what I wrote on the paper. I wrote the entire thing.
Okay. And you said there were no cars in the driveway. As expected, no one seemed there, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said there was a guy with you to drop off the package, right? The gift and the card. You needed a guy to come with you to drop this off, right?
That's what was written.
And the guy with you was more nervous than you were, right?
That was what's written on that paper.
And then you wrote, it made everything seem slow. You testified in this case that everything seemed to go really fast, right? When you were at the house committing the crime.
I testified to that.
And then you said, that you somehow got into the house, right? And you said you approached her bed and put the envelope with the jewelry carefully under her pillow, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said, my other set of eyes apparently heard something. When you say your other set of eyes, what are you referring to here?
My make-believe set of eyes at the time.
Your second person, right?
It just has nothing to do with what happened, because it's obviously the same thing.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, when you say the other set of eyes apparently heard something, you're referring to the second person that you brought with you.
I'm not referring to anything except this letter.
Just before that, you said that the guy with you was more nervous than you, and it made you nervous, right?
That's what I wrote here.
And then you said, eventually inside, I cautiously approached, and your other set of eyes apparently heard something. So you're referring to the other person that you're with, right?
Whatever I wrote on this paper is what I wrote.
Okay. And then you said that you were placing the envelope and you left your line of sight to see if anybody was coming. The other person did, I guess. Correct? And you lost sight of him, meaning the person with you.
This is the letter I wrote.
Okay? And then you said, I wasn't leaving without him and I was ready to leave. I carefully went to the back to find him. I heard a TV outside, no one in the back, TV was on. It went bad from there, right?
That's what I wrote.
Then you said, all I remember is going down numb. I knew I'd been hit hard by something, right? That's what you wrote.
I did write that.
So in this story, without actually saying what happened, you are basically telling Monica that Fabio was to blame for his own murder, right?
Yes.
And you said you remember being down and the odd sensation of first not hearing. So you actually go into detail here, right? Right?
I wrote this letter.
And you said I sort of blanked out, kind of like you told the jury that you did in the murder, right?
This is what I wrote.
Okay. With fear, panic, and your last thought was, I'm going to be killed, right?
That's what I wrote.
So you grabbed what you could to defend yourself. In other words, you acted in self-defense in Fabio Sementilli's home. Right?
What you see here before you, I wrote.
And that you let instinct take over, right? You weren't responsible for what you did it instinctually, right?
Whatever you see in this letter, I wrote.
Okay? And then you said you had been struck with something from behind, only catching a glimpse as I was down. So you never even say what you saw, right?
I wrote this letter.
And you said a guy that was standing over you was coming closer. Right?
I wrote this letter.
And you said one asked to protect one's family and home. Right?
I did write this letter.
And then, the next thing you know, I heard the voice of the guy I went to look for. He was inaudible to me and panicked. So, your second set of eyes, right? The deliverer.
This letter I wrote.
And at this point you said, when you woke up, you noticed you were in the kitchen, weak, tired, and shocked. Confused, right? Terrified. That's what you wrote.
That's
right?
what I wrote.
And you said you wanted to run, but you didn't know what to do, right?
I did write this letter.
And you said you didn't hear anybody behind you because of the TV, and it was a disaster, right?
I did write this letter.
And then you go on. Again, top of page 8, in detail, talking about your adrenaline, right? Realizing what had just happened. Right?
I did write this letter.
And that anyone could walk in. And the person who's with you is panicked and terrified and about to run. Right?
I did write this letter.
And then you wrote, I was a mental wreck. Correct?
I did write this letter.
Okay. And then, again, you went into this detailed explanation about what a disaster this was. Right?
I did write this letter.
And just like you told the jury, you decided to try and make it look like a home invasion. Right?
I did write this letter.
Okay. And so, again, just like you told the jury, you took anything that looked of value to make it appear a robbery. Any gifts, clothes, that you had bought Monica equipment that you gave her for the gym, anything, right?
I did write this letter.
And then you said you saw the plastic bag with the towels in the sink. Did you know that, we talked about this yesterday, that Delia Pacheco Rivera was there that day and that she thoroughly cleaned the house? Did you know that?
I don't even know who she is.
Did you know that there was, according to her, nothing in the sink when she left?
I wouldn't know that.
Okay. Well, you were there after, right? In reality. Like IRL in real
After.
life.
Yeah, after. You mean
And
after
then-
after she left?
You came after she left.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't know that then.
Well, your blood was all over the place, right?
Yes, yes. Well,
And then, I'm sorry, do you have a question?
no,
about
no, you said all over the place. I'm sure my blood was someplace, but I didn't know it was all over.
Really? Because you told us the one thing your attorney did go over with you when you kept denying to him that you were responsible for this crime was the DNA. That he went over the DNA results with you. Remember testifying to that on direct?
I never denied. I only asked to see evidence.
Objection.
I never
Just right,
denied.
non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, do you remember testifying to that on direct, that your lawyer went over with you the DNA results?
Eventually, yes.
So you knew that your blood was all over the house, right?
I knew there was blood in the house.
And you talked to Monica about it in the overhears, right? You talked about your blood being in the kitchen. Remember that?
No.
Talked about your blood being in the garage. Remember that?
I don't remember the conversation.
Talked about your blood being in the master bedroom, right?
That one I didn't know.
And so you said that you took the plastic bag with the towels in the sink, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you were in a daze and you didn't know what you were doing, right? Kind of like you told us.
That's what I wrote in the letter.
And then you go back to the mental chaos, right?
That's what I wrote.
How you calmed yourself down so that you could get out of the house without running into anybody, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you went into the sorrow and your pain and your sadness and all of those things, right?
That's what I wrote.
Yeah. And you said you could barely keep it together, right?
I did write this letter.
And then you went on to talk about you, yourself, right? What a wreck you were.
I wrote the letter.
And you said that there was no way you could describe your inner pandemonium, right?
I wrote the letter.
Okay. And you talked about trying to be your best, your usual self, right?
I wrote this letter.
And on the next page, you talked about going to the gym, right? And getting people, just as you talked about here, to go with you over to Monica's house, right?
I wrote this letter, yeah.
And you went on about your interactions with various people in some detail, right?
Can we go back a little bit ahead of that? A little further ahead of that? I'm trying to remember all this. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And you said you went into the house with people from the league, right?
I wrote that.
And you said you almost totally broke down, right?
I wrote this, yes, I wrote it.
Yeah. And you go on and on about you, yourself, right? Correct?
I wrote, yeah, I wrote that.
And again, on the next page, the back of the next page, you're again talking about yourself and your inner turmoil, right?
I wrote that.
And that eventually you got to feeling better, right?
I wrote that.
And again, you went on about your inner turmoil, and eventually you picked a place for you and Monica to get together, right? A busy place, and you said you met in a car, right?
That's what I wrote.
And you thought about telling her what had happened, just because you tried to give her a present that she knew nothing about, right?
That's what I wrote.
And then you said, when you saw her, the beauty and the grief popped out, right?
That's what I wrote.
Okay. And then you went on about how you were trying to keep it together, right? Again, all about you, right?
All about me. I wrote it. It's all about me. I wrote it.
And you talked about cheering her up, right? Right?
Right. I wrote the letter.
And that you went from liking Monica very much to falling in love, right?
That's what I wrote.
Okay. And that you were happy, right?
I said, I came to be happy. There you go. Came to be happy.
That's Monica. You did.
So that's what I wrote.
Okay. And you talked about how the two of you went out, did things, and started enjoying your life, right?
That's what I wrote. I did write this.
And then you talked about seeking a lawyer, right? You talked about the police.
I wrote this whole letter, yes.
Okay. And that your panic episodes were becoming more rare, right?
I did write this letter. Yes, I did.
And you talked about that you were trying to cover up at your own peril, right? Based on your past run-ins and experiences with law enforcement.
I did write this
We
letter.
talked about that the two of you discussed.
I did write this letter.
And you talked about your remorse, right?
I did write this letter.
And she said that she understood why you would be paranoid based on your past run-ins with law enforcement.
I did write this letter.
So right here in the letter, you're talking about the fact that Monica was aware, because you discussed it with her, and your paranoia, and that she said she understood why, right?
That's what I wrote. I wrote this letter. I did write it.
And then you again go on trying to keep this story from her as long as you could, but at this point you just had to tell her, right?
I did write this letter.
And you talked about how people are looking to see if you have remorse, but you don't care what anybody thinks, right?
I did write this letter.
Okay. And so that's what you wrote to her, was this lengthy apology letter that you then gave to Mr. Levine and his investigator to give to Monica, and you told them that this was what had happened, right?
Which question was this now?
You gave them the letter,
I did give them the letter.
and you asked them to give it to Monica,
I did do that.
right?
I did do that.
So you went into, as we saw, quite a bit of detail, right, in this letter, this apology letter.
I just wrote the letter.
So you're saying you did not?
I did write the letter.
And as we've just looked at, it's numerous pages long, right?
It is.
And you talked about the fact that you agreed that the letter was ridiculous, and I think you said it was trash. That was the word you used on direct, right?
Yes.
So in other words, this very long, detailed letter that you gave to the defense to give to Monica was full of lies.
Legally, it was trash.
Legally.
Yeah,
It's a
I mean,
legal term.
Yeah, I mean, it was not sworn to. It's just trash. Everything
Got
is
it.
trash without being
Just
sworn
trash.
to.
Okay. So what you asked them to give to Monica, expressing your apology, was basically pages and pages and pages of lies.
From a legal standpoint, yes.
I'm sorry?
From the legal standpoint, yes.
Did you go to law school at some point?
Never went to law school.
Oh. So you just, when you say from a legal standpoint, what is that based on?
Classes. I went to a couple of
Classes.
classes. Yeah. Went to a couple of classes.
Uh-huh. Where'd you take your classes?
In Central Texas College.
And so, did Monica's lawyer, Mr. Levine, tell you that your story sounded ridiculous?
No,
He didn't say that.
he didn't say anything about it.
Okay.
He just said he's going to have to turn it over to you,
Uh-huh.
which kind of surprised me.
And so, that was, as we said, your first interview. Which was August 7th, a month after you entered your plea, right?
I'm not sure of the dates.
And where did that particular interview take place?
In jail,
Which jail?
Los Angeles County.
Men's Central?
No,
Where?
it's called NCCF, I think.
Out in the Newhall area. Yes? North County Correctional Facility?
It's NCCS. Yeah, that's all I know.
Was your attorney present during this interview?
The
Mr.
first,
Simran?
the first one,
No, Mr. Simran,
No,
your
the-
lawyer.
was he there for the first or second one or what?
Your Honor, that seems facts, not an evidence of that.
Overruled.
Was Mr. Simran present with you during this interview that you had with Mr. Levine and Mr. Dawson?
No, I don't think so.
And was it recorded?
As far as I know, no.
Never saw a transcript or anything like that?
No.
Your Honor, we were prohibited from recording.
Very good.
So, did, at any point in time, Mr. Levine talk to you about how they could come to the court and get an order so that they could record your interview, so there would be some documentation, some proof of a recording that they could later play for the jury? You ever mention that to you? No?
No.
And you didn't ask him to record it so that there would be proof of what you had said in the course of your interview with Mr. Levine for the jury, right?
No.
And so, after that date, did you then have yet another interview with Mr. Levine and Mr. Dawson?
I had a few of them, so I don't remember exactly how many and what dates. I don't have all that info in front of me.
Okay. Do you remember having an interview with Mr. Levine again and Mr. Dawson in custody on February 12th of 2024?
I don't remember the dates.
Okay. If I were to tell you that you had an interview on February 12th of 2024, does that refresh your recollection?
I don't remember the dates, but I remember having interviews.
Okay. How about February 8th? Did you have an interview on February 8th?
I do not remember the dates.
At any point in time, were you given a recording to review or a transcript from that February interview?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
There were, I don't know what dates were when, but there were times where I was asked to listen to certain portions of something and ask, what does this mean? And I can't even remember what it was.
I'm not asking you about the fact that they played various items of evidence for you.
I don't know if it's
I'm
evidence or not.
asking you whether your interview at the beginning of February with Mr. Levine was recorded.
No, I don't remember it being recorded.
Okay. At any point in time, were you provided with a report to review or notes regarding your February interviews?
I'm always looking at little stuff, but I don't remember specifically what it was.
Again, were you provided with any notes or report to review of your interviews that took place with Mr. Levine and his investigator?
I don't recall what kind of notes and paperwork it was, so I can't say exactly what it was.
Well, were you ever shown this report dated February 12th?
I've never seen this before.
Never seen it before.
No.
So you were never provided with this report that indicates that you were interviewed by Mr.
Your Honor,
Levine.
could we approach, please?
All right.
Again, you've never been shown this report before, correct?
This document? No, I've never seen this document.
You see here that it indicates, as you mentioned, that you were interviewed at
Your Honor, could
NCCF.
I ask who wrote on that report?
Your Honor, I would object to counsel's
Counsel.
interruptions and statements in front of the jury.
You may not.
Against. Just as you said, you were interviewed at NCCF on 4 different days. Do you see that?
That's what it says.
We talked about August 7th being the date where you handed over the apology letter, right?
I see what it says here.
You were interviewed September 12th, right, of 2023,
I agree. That's on this paper.
December 6th of 2023,
That's what it says.
and February 8th of 2024, right?
That's what it says on this paper.
And here it indicates that on August 7th, that Mr. Levine and his investigator, Mr. Dawson, introduced themselves to you, and that they had obtained permission from Mr. Simran to interview you, right? And you agreed to talk to them.
I did agree to talk to them.
And at that interview, you gave them the letter that I just went through with you, right?
I guess so, yeah.
And that you claimed you were going to mail it to Monica, right?
Yes, I do remember that.
And you said the reason for writing the letter, the multi-page letter, was so that Monica would understand why the murder happened and what happened, right?
Yes.
And you wrote the letter as an apology so that she would know there was no ill intent on your part, right?
That's what it says on the paper, yeah.
Well, that's what you told them, right? You're not saying they took down something that you didn't say.
Well, they shortened
your words,
they
right?
shortened it. They shortened it.
They shortened it.
Yeah, but that's
Oh.
the gist. That's the gist of it.
Okay. What did they shorten? What did they leave out? Since it wasn't recorded, I wouldn't know. So
No.
tell me what was left out.
I just let.
Sustained.
What was left out?
Motion to strike.
Comments of counsel is not stricken.
Again,
Yes.
what was left out? Tell us, please.
Well, again, verbatim, I don't have the exact verbiage locked in, so I don't know. But the idea was to let her know that it was basically, I did this because I love her.
You did it because you love her.
That was a roundabout way of doing it, yeah. That was the intent of the letter. But it's just, they just shortened the version for this report, I see.
Did the murder because you love her.
That's what I just said.
Okay. What else? When you said it was shortened, what else did you say?
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it simple because I don't remember the exact verbiage, and that's it. I don't remember the exact verbiage. I don't.
And when you told Mr. Levine and his investigator that it was an apology because there was no ill intent on your part, you murdered Fabio Sementilli. So when you say no ill intent, what is it that you said? Or were those not your words?
They just shortened it to a report, I see. That's what I can see right here.
Again,
Again, what?
move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
You said to Mr. Levine and his investigator that the multi-page letter was meant as an apology, right?
That's what I said.
And that there was no ill intent on your part, correct?
That's what it says here.
Well, my question again is that what you told them?
I don't remember if I said it exactly like that.
If there was a recording, would that help you remember?
Objection, Your Honor, that's been asked and answered. There is no.
Sustained.
There's no recording. So this is all we have. So if you said,
I'm sorry?
Motion to strike, that's it.
Well, there's nothing to strike, but it is inappropriate.
again, if you said there was no ill intent on your part, is that what's written here? Or did you say something different than that?
I don't remember exactly verbatim what was said.
Okay. Do you remember saying something like that?
About the there was no ill intent.
Yes.
That was the gist of the letter.
The gist of the letter was that you had no intent.
I'm just answering your question.
Is that what you're saying?
That was the intent of the letter.
Okay.
Counsel,
Wants to stop doing? So, again, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that Monica was always going to deny your affair?
Early on, yes. She. Oh no, did I tell him that? I think I did.
And did you tell them it was because she didn't want to look bad in the eyes of her family?
I believe I said that.
And in the lockup, we also heard a conversation, actually a few conversations between you and Monica talking about that her family might disown her. Remember having that kind of a conversation?
Not really.
You don't remember that part.
No.
And then, at that point, did you give a different story of what happened when you murdered Fabio Sementilli?
I gave a different story on this one, on the letter, so yeah, it was a different story.
Okay, so that would be version 2, right?
I don't know what versions you're talking about, but
Well,
there's
the first
different
version
versions.
was the letter, right?
Okay.
So you gave them a second version, right?
I gave them a second version.
Second story, right?
Okay.
You remember that?
Not really, but I'm sure I did.
Okay. And you said that in your interview with Mr. Levine that your lawyer went over the DNA results with you, just like we talked about here, right?
Certain aspects of it, yes.
Okay. Well, he gave you the results,
What does that mean?
where your DNA was found in the house.
Okay, yes.
Do you remember that?
That part, yes.
Okay. And then did you express to Mr. Levine that your attorney didn't show you the bulk of the evidence?
Yes.
Did your attorney,
Objection, the first reference to the attorney is unclear.
again,
Okay, so it's vagueness.
Pardon?
It's vagueness.
Yes.
It's this thing.
did you tell,
Again, comments of counsel are not evidence. That is not to be stricken.
Well,
Did-
There is no answer.
did you tell Mr. Levine that you had not seen the bulk of the evidence?
Yes.
Did your attorney, Mr. Simran, speak to you every time you came to court?
Speak to me?
Yes,
Like hello? Yes.
about the case.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Did you call him at his office on numerous occasions
Well, I've tried to call him many times.
to discuss the evidence?
I've tried to call him many times.
And did the two of you speak numerous times on the phone about the case?
Not numerous, not compared to the times I've answered.
Okay, so approximately how many times would you say you and your lawyer talked about the case? Mr. Simmons?
How many times? In 6 years? Not counting court appearances?
No, let's include those.
Really didn't talk much during court appearances.
How many times did you and your lawyer discuss the case?
I don't want to give an exact number because you'll hold me to it, but it wasn't a lot. It
Give
wasn't
me
a lot.
an estimate.
Estimates seems to make me a liar too, so it wasn't a lot though. It's probably, all right, I'm gonna try to answer this question. 6 times. Maybe, it feels like 20 times.
20 times. Could it be more than that?
It might be, but it feels like about 20.
Feels like.
Minus the court appearances. With the court appearances, you can add those to it too, but there was no real information exchanged.
No real information.
Not really.
Well, based on the no real information, you decided that you might as well enter a plea in this case because you believe that you would be convicted, correct?
Yes.
And when you took your plea in this case, when you entered your plea, you were asked whether or not you had reviewed the evidence in this case and gone over all of the evidence as well as your rights and privileges before you entered your plea, right?
That was asked of me.
And you said yes, right?
I did.
Counsel, let me interrupt at this time. Let's take our lunch and recess until 1:30. The admonition applies. Not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, inform or express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30.
broke for lunch, we were talking about a series of interviews that you had with the defense on August 7th of 2023, September 12th of 2023, December 6th of 2023, and February 8th of 2024. Do you recall that?
Yes.
During these interviews, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that prior to the murder, you were at the house, the Sementilli home, several times, especially when Fabio was away on business?
Yes.
On February 8th, it appears that you were shown crime scene photos. Do you recall that?
I don't remember the date, but I remember seeing the photos.
So you were shown crime scene photos, correct?
A few of them.
Of only a few?
Yeah, a couple of them.
A couple now. Which is it, a couple or a few?
Maybe two, I'm guessing.
Two.
It wasn't that many.
So you weren't shown the full set?
I don't even know what a full set is.
Okay. But in your, in what you remember today, in your memory, it was a few or a couple, maybe two or three. Is that what you've testified to here
Maybe
today?
maybe two.
Maybe two. Okay. And during that same interview on February 8th of 2024, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that the letter that you wrote to Monica contained falsehoods?
I can't remember what day it was exactly, but I remember telling him that it was false. It was a lot of inaccuracies and a lot of lies in it. I don't know what day it was.
Okay. Did you also tell them that on the day of the murder that you knew Fabio was going to be there alone?
I can't remember that.
During the February 8th interview, do you see here where it says, I knew he was going to be there at the home alone during the February 8th interview?
Okay, I must have said it then.
Okay.
I just don't remember it.
And then do you also remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator, I wanted him out of the way long term so we could be together?
I do remember saying that.
Okay.
Not on that date, I don't know, but I remember saying it to him.
Do you have any reason to suspect that that it wasn't that day?
I just don't remember what day it was.
Okay? And again, there's no recording, so there's no transcript, but I'm showing you
I'm sorry, I'll wait.
I'm showing you the report from that day to see if that alone refreshes your recollection as to when you made that statement to the defense.
I don't remember that date.
Your Honor, the first part of that, asked and answered several times, has become argumentative.
It's argumentative, just saying. Just on the first part, I'm not striking the answer.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator during that February 8th interview that this was not a plan made well in advance?
If that's what it was said in there, yes.
Okay. And so that would also be a lie, correct?
That plan, not in advance, but plans in general, yes.
So again, that would be a lie when you told Mr. Levine and his investigator on February 8th that the plan to kill Fabio was not made well in advance.
That plan wasn't made well in advance.
So it's true, is what you're saying now.
I'm answering your question. That plan wasn't made in advance. There
Yet
were plans.
we talked about the fact that you made a plan such that you purchased a knife, right?
Yes.
Took it with you to Vegas,
Yes.
right? Made arrangements for Chris Austin to come with you,
Yes.
drove to Vegas,
Yes.
and discussed the plan.
It was just to see if he would go along with it, the Vegas plan.
But again, that was the same plan, right? You were going to kill Fabio Sementilli using a knife, right? It's the same plan.
It was the same plan, but it was nothing concrete.
Okay. So when you told them that it was not a plan made well in advance, that would be false, because as we discussed and you told the jury, you did this way back in July of 2016, correct?
I did what? Make a plan?
Yes.
No, it wasn't the same plan. It was something different.
It was,
But-
again, a plan to kill Fabio Sementilli that you hatched way back in the summer of 2016, correct?
It wasn't the same plan.
Okay. So you're saying that your statement to Mr. Levine and his investigator, this was not a plan made well in advance, is true. Is that your statement today to this jury?
Yes.
Okay. On February 8th, do you recall them showing you the video of the two joggers running toward the Sementilli house?
I don't remember the date, but I remember them showing me the video of the joggers.
And did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you were on the video?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also tell Mr. Levine during this interview that the fact that you drove a rental car that day was just a fluke?
I don't remember every portion of the conversation. If he put it on there, I said it.
Okay. You would agree, I assume, today that that statement that you gave to the defense was also a lie, right?
Sure.
And then you also said on that February 8th interview that you lied about some of the details relating to the murder in the letter.
Say that again one more time.
You lied only about some of the details relating to the murder in the letter.
When I was talking to Levine and Company.
Levine and Company, right?
Yes.
So that means some of the things in the letter were true.
Some of them.
Okay. Did you also tell Mr. Levine and Company that you had provided a ridiculous explanation for some of the details, such as the birthday card story?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
And did you also tell them that the birthday card story was bullshit?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
Does that sound like something you would have said?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
Okay. Well, you have no reason to believe that they would fabricate what you told them, right?
No, they wouldn't.
Okay. And then you also told them that you didn't want Monica to find out that you had intentionally murdered Fabio. Do you remember that?
If it's in there, then I probably said it.
Okay. Probably or did?
I probably said it.
So it doesn't mean that you did, right?
I probably did say it. I probably did say it.
Okay. And then on December 6th, during yet another interview, did you tell Levine and Company that once it was clear that Fabio was dead, you went through the house removing anything that might tie you to the scene?
I probably did say that too.
And did you also tell them that one of the items that you removed from the house was the birthday card?
I may have. I just don't remember.
So did you leave a birthday card there when you went to kill Fabio that day?
No.
So that was another lie that you told on December 6th to Levine and Company, right?
Probably.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to Levine and Company. I wish we were incorporated.
I understand that, but I'm not going to order counsel to refer to you in any other way.
I'm sorry.
I'm not going to order counsel to refer to Mr. Levine in any other way.
Okay. And did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you put the birthday card and the murder weapon into a pillowcase and took them along with the security VCR?
If that's what they said, I probably did.
What you probably did or what you did?
That's, what I said was probably what I said, but what I did, no.
So again, that would be yet another lie that you told them on December 6th, correct?
Yeah.
2023.
Yes?
And then you told them you dumped all the items into a trash dumpster not far from the Ralphs.
Correct.
Is that part true? Or again, is that yet another lie?
That was a lie.
That was also a lie.
Yes.
Okay. It appears that at no point during this interview did you ever mention gold coins or documents. True?
Correct.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that if you saw the discovery, especially your texts and emails, it would help you reconstruct a timeline?
If I said that or not? Is that what you're asking me? I don't remember if I said that or not.
You don't remember if you said that?
No, I don't remember saying that. Meaning I can't remember saying it.
Right.
I don't have that photographic memory like that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that audio.
Your Honor, I would ask that the approach with the specific item that...
And that would be true. If you're going to try and refresh memory, it cannot be done like this.
Yeah, I'm
This
not
approach.
trying to refresh. I believe I'm impeaching based on the history of the last 3 days.
Well, Your Honor, I'm happy to have the entire...
Stop, both of you. You want to approach? You're going to approach.
Yes.
looking at item number 24. See that on your screen there?
Yes.
Baker said if he saw the discovery, especially his texts and emails, it would help him reconstruct a timeline of the day of the murder. Remember that?
I'm trying to remember what context it was used in. Was it before or after? I didn't know how, because we had that discussion.
Move to strike, non-responsive.
I see it on the paper.
Do you remember saying this to Mr. Levine and his investigator?
I don't remember saying it, but I'm sure I did.
Okay.
I'd have to hold number be introduced.
It's over.
Again, did you then also say that you never told your attorney what happened because you were waiting to see the discovery? Remember that?
Yes.
And that's because, again, as you've done here today numerous times, and the last several days since you've been testifying, you are attempting to construct a story around the evidence, correct?
That's argument.
Sustained.
You also told Mr. Levine that you thought you might not be convicted, right?
Early on, that's what I thought, yes.
Okay. During this interview, the same interview that you're asking to see the discovery.
Yes, early on, yes.
Early on in what?
Early on, before I you got me all over the place here. Before I pled out.
Before what?
Before I pled.
At the time that you pled, you realized that you would be convicted, and that was why you pled, correct?
That was a major part of it.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you didn't want to go to trial? I finally realized the outcome.
If he said it, I mean, if it's in there, I said it.
Okay? And did you also tell them during the February 8th of 2024 interview that you went to the Sementilli house that day to kill Fabio?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that Monica wasn't that happy in her marriage?
I think so.
You
I think
think
so.
or you did?
No, I think so.
So you don't remember?
I don't remember every conversation on every particular day. I don't have all that information. I don't have nothing but a golf pencil and a piece of paper wherever I go.
Showing you this line here next to the number 31. Monica really wasn't that happy in her marriage. It's written there.
Okay.
So if it's written there, you said it, right?
I must have.
During the September 12th of 2023 and December 6th of 2023, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that the second person who went with you to the Sementilli house was Jaybird or Jalen?
Yes.
Did you also tell them during those two interviews that Jaybird or Jalen was someone you met playing basketball in the park?
Yes.
Did you tell them that the park was not far from Roscoe and DeSoto at a nearby taco truck?
Yes. Yes.
Did you provide any other information other than the name Jaybird or Jalen and the fact that he played basketball in the park?
I don't remember offhand. I might have, but I don't remember all the details of the conversation.
Again, during any of these 4 interviews, what were your statements recorded in any manner?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we approach?
No.
Did you see anybody taking any notes?
Yes.
Who was that?
The private investigator.
Did you review his notes?
No.
Were they read to you to see if they were accurate?
No.
Okay. Was your attorney present at any of the 4 interviews?
No.
Did you speak to your attorney at all about the interviews that you gave to the defense?
No.
Did you call him to talk to him about the interview?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about your interview on February 14th of 2024. This would be the 5th version. Again, on that day, was your attorney present?
No.
Do you know how long the interview was?
No.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed for just under 2 hours?
I don't remember the time.
Could it have been 2 hours?
It could have been.
Okay. Again, was any recording made?
No.
During this interview, did anybody take notes?
Yes.
Who was that?
Private investigator.
Okay. Do you remember telling them during this interview that you learned what Monica and her family were doing on the day of the murder during a routine conversation with Monica?
Yes.
Okay.
Now you have the number each time. Thank you.
Do you also remember telling them that you believed there was a window of time when Fabio would be home alone?
Something like that.
Okay. That's what you told this jury, right?
Yes.
Did you also tell the investigator that it had never been a convenient time before then and this was a good window?
I probably said that.
Probably, or did?
I don't remember because I don't remember every conversation I've had.
During this interview, as opposed to what we talked about during your prior interviews, did you tell them that you first thought about killing Fabio several months prior to January of 2017?
I probably did.
Did you also tell them that divorce was not an option because Monica's family doesn't do divorce?
I probably said that too.
Okay. Did you also tell them that there would not have been a killing if Monica told you that a divorce was coming?
Sounds about right.
Did you tell them the ultimate goal of killing Fabio was so that you and Monica could be together?
Yes.
Okay. During this interview, did you also tell them that that morning you and Monica played racquetball? She hit you with her racket and it was bleeding bad.
Yes.
And that you stopped the bleeding using a towel, not a Band-Aid, a towel.
At first, yes. Use direct pressure.
Did you also tell them that you did not report your injury, but you cleaned up yourself?
Yes.
And that you used a Band-Aid from a small first aid kit that you kept in your bag?
Yes.
Did you tell them that Monica took the bloody towel home?
Yes.
During this conversation or this interview on Valentine's Day of 2024, did you tell Mr. Levine that after leaving the gym, you made contact with Jaybird or Jalen and told him you knew how you guys could make some money.
I don't remember the date of the interview, but I remember saying something like that, yes.
And that you told this Jalen or Jaybird that you would burglarize a house in a ritzy area of Woodland Hills.
I probably said that.
And did you also tell them that you told Jaybird or Jalen that you made no mention to this individual Jaybird or Jalen of your plan to kill Fabio?
My mind was wandering. Sorry, one more time.
Did you tell Mr. Levine that you didn't tell Jaybird or Jalen that you actually planned to kill Fabio?
If it's in there, I probably said it, but I don't remember it.
Your Honor, can you start to do that?
Very well.
I'm sorry, can I have the last question read back, please?
No, you can please ask them.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that after leaving the gym you contacted Jaybird or Jalen and told him that you would burglarize a house in a ritzy area of Woodland Hills?
I think so, yeah.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine that you told this individual, Jaybird or Jalen, that you would split between you whatever you took?
Yes, I was trying to accomplish something.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I was trying to accomplish something.
Okay. Move to strike the second half of the answer, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that to stay.
All right. And then, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you wanted somebody with you to serve as an extra set of eyes, and that was why you got this person, Jaybird or Jalen?
Yes.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you contacted Jaybird and you found out that he wouldn't be available until later that afternoon, and so you made a plan to pick him up at Quimby Park, Q-U-I-M-B-Y? Did you say that to Mr. Levine?
Yes.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine that you picked up the car that Paula rented for you that day?
I probably did.
Did you tell Mr. Levine that the rental was going to be for 3 to 4 days?
Probably.
That was also a lie, right?
I don't remember the dates on all that stuff, but yeah, it probably incorrect or lied, one of the two. Because obviously the dates are wrong on the car, so that didn't.
You
that
only
wasn't
had a rental from Paula for 1 day, right?
I thought it was more than that, but you say it was 1 day. It felt more like a couple, but I don't remember. It's a long time ago.
Again, all of those things that you told Mr. Levine and his investigator were lies, right?
Some of them were, and some were true.
Which part about contacting Jay Bird and Jalen and making a plan to pick him up at Quimby Park to commit a burglary in a ritzy area of Woodland Hills where you'd split the proceeds was true?
None of it, because I was trying to accomplish something.
None of it was true.
On the JB part, anything with JB in it was made up.
JB.
Yes.
Is that the same as Jay Bird or Jay Lynn?
Yes.
Okay. During this same interview on Valentine's Day of 2024, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that Monica had told you a long time ago the family had upgraded their security system at the house?
I can't remember offhand. I'm sure I said it if he put it in there.
Okay. Did you also tell him that she gave you access to the video feed so she could wave at you if you happened to be watching?
I did say that.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator during this same interview that you checked the front door, but it was locked?
Like ever check it, or on the day of the murder?
Obviously, we're talking about the day of the murder.
I can't remember if I did or not.
Your Honor, if the speech seems up, I will stipulate that every question starts with Mr. Levine and his investigator.
Thank you. But the people are free to ask a typical question.
Again, did you tell them that you checked the front door that day, but it was locked?
Yes, probably did.
And did you then tell them that you went around the side of the house?
Yes.
Did you tell them that you entered the house in the rear through an unlocked sliding glass door into Monica's bedroom?
I probably did, if I remember right.
Did you also tell them that your lookout waited outside to keep an eye out?
I probably did.
Did you tell them that you moved through the house looking for Fabio?
I probably did.
Did you tell them that you heard the TV from outside and that you realized Fabio was sitting outside by the pool?
I probably did.
Did you also tell them that you snuck toward a kitchen door that opened onto the patio where Fabio was sitting?
I probably did.
Did you also tell them you were carrying a hunting knife you brought with you?
I probably did.
Did you tell them that you rushed through the door at Fabio after you opened it?
I probably did.
At any point in time during this interview, did you mention that you went into the garage and turned off the power so that you could get Fabio to come inside?
I don't recall.
If I were to tell you that there's zero mention of that in any of the interviews, does that refresh your recollection?
Not really. I just don't remember
Okay.
all these conversations because I'm not writing them down.
Okay. They were, though, you said, right?
Yeah, they were, obviously. I'm not.
So if I were to tell you that there's no mention of that in the report or the notes, turning off the power to get Fabio to come inside, Would that be then a new version of the story that you told to this jury on the stand?
It's an additional part nobody ever asked before.
Got it. Did you tell them that Fabio tried to resist and you didn't have any wounds afterwards?
I don't remember the conversation. I don't remember the entire conversation.
Did you tell them that if it's in their report?
If it's in there, I must have said it.
Did you tell them that when you came back inside of the house...
I'm going to object. She did not read the entire report.
You can do it then on redirect.
Again, did you tell them that when you came back into the house, you saw that Jaybird had come inside the house?
I don't remember that. I don't remember the conversation, but if they wrote it, I probably said it.
And that would be a lie, right? Because there was no Jaybird.
There was no Jaybird.
There was no Jalen. Right?
Correct.
And then you said that Jaybird saw Fabio's bloody body and started to panic. That would be a lie as well, right?
Yes.
Did you also tell them that you saw a bloody towel in a plastic bag in the kitchen sink?
Yes.
Did you tell them that it was one of the towels you used to stop the bleeding that morning?
Yes.
Did you tell them that you grabbed the bloody towel from the sink and looked for bleach to clean up and found vinegar instead?
Something like that. It was bleach or vinegar. There was something to clean it with.
Okay. Did you tell them that you had the towel in your hand as you ran around the house looking for anything that looked valuable?
I think I told him I picked it up and put it in my pocket.
Okay. If I were to tell you that it specifically says you held the towel in your hand as you ran through the house, would that have been true?
No.
Would that have been what you told them?
I don't know. Maybe it was misunderstood or something.
Maybe it was misunderstood.
Maybe.
Either way, it's a lie.
Me having the towel and put it in my pocket? No, that's the truth.
What it says is you held the towel in your hand as you ran through the house. Would that be a lie?
Well, I needed both hands, so I couldn't keep it in my hand like that.
So again, would that be a lie?
Me having it in my hand, it would not be the truth. It wouldn't be accurate.
So it would be a lie.
It wouldn't be accurate.
And you said the plan was for the two of you to run back to where you parked the rental car, right?
Yes.
But rather than run the several blocks, you grabbed the Porsche keys from the kitchen counter, right?
It's not several blocks. It's a long way. But yes,
So if you said several blocks, would that have been another lie?
it's further than several blocks.
So again, that would be another lie that you said.
Inaccurate. That wouldn't be a lie. It's just trying to rehash everything, trying to think of everything.
Again, we talked about the difference between telling the truth and telling a lie last week. Do you remember that?
Your Honor, that's argument.
Sustained.
Did you tell them the truth or did you lie to them?
I told them the truth on that part.
You told them the truth, that you ran back several blocks to the car. That's the
No,
truth.
that wasn't the truth. No. That part wasn't the truth.
And then you told them that you saw the monitor on the kitchen counter, correct?
I can't remember.
Okay. Did you tell them the video box was clearly visible on the cabinet inside the garage?
Once you track the wires, yes.
Which wires were those?
Wires coming from, I guess, from the ceiling. You can't miss them.
Okay. So is there, at some point in the interview or in any of the interviews that you had with the defense, did you tell them about tracking wires?
We never talked about it.
Never.
I don't think so.
So again, that would be a new version that you brought up here on the stand, correct?
I'm going to allow that.
A new version?
Yes.
Nobody asked, so I gave the information.
Objection, moved to strike as non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, would that be a new version that you told on the stand regarding the wires?
Define version for me so I don't... Please.
Objection, move to strike is non-responsive.
Stricken.
I don't know what it means, so I can't answer that.
A new version, I think, is fairly self-explanatory. It's different from what you've said before.
Okay. Then it is a new version.
And you're saying that there were wires coming out of the ceiling.
I believe they came from, yes. They came from somewhere. You can see the wiring.
You could see wires. We'll find you a picture. Did you tell Mr. Levine and company that you pulled the video box out and threw it in a pillowcase?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
Did you tell them that the DVR box was about the size of an old-fashioned cable TV box?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
That would also be a lie, correct?
No, it wouldn't be a lie.
Well, an old-fashioned cable TV box would be much too large to put into a pillowcase, correct?
Objection, that's cause for speculation and conclusion.
Sustained.
Many times.
Showing you Exhibit 7. There's an 18 in the lower left corner. See this?
I see the cabinet.
Yeah. Do you see any wires coming out of the ceiling or the walls?
There's some wires back there somewhere. I see the wires. I see the wires, and that was back
Well,
there.
those are the cords that you unhooked.
That's
from
what I'm
the
talking
DVR.
about. Those are
But
what I'm
you
talking
said
about.
there were wires that
What do you
went
think
into-
cord is?
You said there were wires coming out of the ceiling, right?
Yeah, it's argumentative. Good
Sustained.
argument.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you drove the Porsche away from the house back to where you parked the Versa and Jaybird volunteered to get rid of the Porsche?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
That would be another lie, correct?
Yes.
You then told Mr. Levine and his investigator that that was the last time you saw Jaybird, correct?
Yes.
That would be yet another lie, right? Because there was no Jaybird.
No sworn statement. Yes.
No sworn statement.
Correct.
Okay, so that means it's not a lie.
That means it was a lie. That means I can lie because I'm not swearing to any of that.
Got it. And then you said you drove the rental car back to your apartment. Do you remember that?
Probably said, yeah, if it's in there, I said it.
And you said you washed up, got ready for work. Right?
Yep.
And you said you had no contact with Monica while you're inside the house, right?
If it's in there, I probably said it.
Okay. And I showed you earlier the message from her at 4:46, and we talked about that was when you were at the Sementilli, on the Sementilli property. Remember that?
I have no idea that message because I didn't have Viber anymore.
Got it. Well, you had it that day because
But
you
not
Vibered her.
then, but not at that time what you're talking about.
It does not mean that any message or call.
Stop it. Counsel, you're testifying now. I won't accept that. If it's an objection, if that's what you're saying, it's overruled.
What was the question again?
You told us earlier that the 4:46 message would have come while you were inside the Sementilli home. Remember, I showed you the time of the video,
Right.
joggers,
Right.
and then you said you just told us you didn't have Viber anymore at that point.
I was thinking about later.
Okay. And do you recall that actually, when you left the house and got to a place outside of the home, you messaged Monica back on Viber at 5:14 that day. Do you remember that?
I really don't remember that. I really don't remember that.
Okay. If you did, was that to tell her job done?
I don't even remember sending a message out.
Okay.
At what time was that? 5 what?
Showing you again what's been marked as People's 160. .446. Monica, as we talked about, messages you. The next message is at 5:14 in 30 seconds. You message her. Correct?
I'm probably in the porch still, or walking away from it right now. I don't even have a phone at that time, so I don't know how that came about.
So that was just sort of maybe
I don't know.
a Viber glitch.
That might be your glitch. I don't know.
Got it. You were communicating with her to let her know the job was done, right?
I wasn't communicating to say no job was done.
Okay. Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator you went to Target that day?
Yes.
Did you tell him that when you went to the Target, your plan was already in motion?
I probably did say that. I don't remember every part of this conversation with them. I don't.
Okay. Did you tell Mr. Levine in this version that you don't remember seeing Monica at the Target or in the parking lot, and it must have been a coincidence? Did you tell him that?
I don't remember the conversation.
If you did, as we talked about earlier when I showed you the photographs and the video, that again would be a group of lies, correct?
Yeah, if that's the case, yes.
And did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you may have just been killing time waiting in the parking lot?
If that's what was in the paper, yes.
Would that again be a lie?
Well, no, I could have been there. It might have been I was waiting for something because I was back there for just waiting for time.
Waiting for Monica. We talked about that earlier, right? She calls you, then she starts messaging you, and then you meet her, right?
That wasn't the plan at all.
I see. And then you said you were killing time because you knew your lookout wasn't available until closer to 4. Do you remember saying that?
Oh, we're talking about that incident. I thought we were talking about the case. Okay. Yeah. Got
Yep.
you. I understand now. Yeah. That whole interview was probably shadowed with all kind of inconsistencies on purpose. For a
Meaning
reason.
lies.
For a reason, yes.
Okay. And then you told Mr. Levine and his investigator that you didn't try to see or talk to Monica for several days after the murder, right?
If that's what he put down there, yes.
Okay. And that again would be a lie, right?
A lie for a reason, yes.
Okay. Well, every lie is for a reason,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. It
To
sure
mislead.
was. It was a reason.
That's overruled.
Yeah, it was.
Correct?
Every lie for that day was a reason. It was a
Every
reason why.
lie that you ever told.
No, for that reason, for that day, yes.
And then, did you also tell Mr. Levine that you were worried that Monica was wearing a wire? Remember saying that?
It probably came up. If he wrote it in there, I probably said it.
Okay. That would be another lie, right? You didn't think Monica would be trying to record you, right?
Anything is possible at that point.
Okay. But you told us that you never told Monica that you committed this crime, and she never asked.
That doesn't mean she may not be wearing a wire.
Got it. So you actually thought she might be wearing a wire.
Anything was possible. I trusted no one.
But the two of you got naked, so you would see that she wasn't wearing a wire, right?
It's argumentative
It's overruled.
and no foundation.
You mean naked where?
Excuse me. It's overruled.
Naked where?
Well, at your apartment,
Well, it's
at
obviously
Mr.
not.
Brown's apartment.
But on any day
At
when
a
there's clothes on
hotel.
right after the incident was happening, yeah, anything was possible. A wire could have been possible.
Okay.
And that's why I told him that.
those would be additional lies, right?
If I'm lying, it's for a reason.
Right. We've established that. And then you said to Mr. Levine that you were afraid Monica would believe you had something to do with the murder.
I felt that way a couple of times.
Okay. Yet you never said or did anything to discuss it with her.
I sure was not.
Okay. And you said you also wanted Monica to come to you, not the other way around, correct?
If it's in there, that's what I said.
And that's what you did. You waited for Monica to come to you, correct?
Your Honor, could it be made clear what time?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to
No.
counsel continually speaking in front of the
There's no
jury.
foundation, it's
So-
speculation.
I don't even know where she's at half the time. She's bouncing all over the place, so I don't know either.
Move to strike whatever he just said, which was totally
Not
irresponsible.
responsive.
Do you also remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator that you met Monica at a noisy bar in Glendale or Studio City because you were still worried about her being wired? Remember saying that?
Yes, some version of it, yes.
Okay. Would that again be
I don't remember
another lie?
every word. I don't remember every word we talked about. I'm sorry, I just don't remember every word.
Would that be another lie?
No.
And then you said Monica was happy to see you. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be the truth?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you also said that you and Monica never spoke about Fabio having life insurance, right?
Correct.
And that you didn't even care about life insurance, right?
I didn't.
Okay. And that you were aware that corporate executives get life insurance policies that are paid for by their employers, correct?
I just know they have insurance. I do know that. All that extra I don't know about.
Okay. So that would be true, right?
Correct.
And then at that point in time, did you request that they play for you a series of recorded conversations between the two of you and Monica?
I don't remember asking to hear it or anything, but I did hear the overhears.
Okay, so they
'Cause I
played
never-
the overhears.
Yeah, because I never heard them before.
Okay, so the overhears were played for you.
Well, not all of them, just pieces.
Okay.
Just pieces of them.
Okay. And then did you tell Mr. Levine you knew the police were listening to what was being said?
Most of the time, yes.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine that your offer to lie and take the blame was just showing Monica how much you loved her?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. And then you were asked why you waited almost 7 years before coming forward, and you said that you thought you would be acquitted. Is that right?
I don't. If they wrote it down there, that's what I said.
Let me interrupt you for a second. We need to take a 5-minute recess, even though we are going to stop at 3:15. We'll take a 5-minute recess. The evidence supplies. Be back here in 5 minutes.
Probably said that.
Let's talk about the next interview. This would be February 29th of 2024, version 7.
I'm going to check the version 7.
So ruled.
On this date, once again, when you were interviewed, was your attorney present?
I'm going to object to that line of question. The court is with me. Can we approach?
Yes.
Again, in this February 29th, 24 interview, was your attorney present?
No.
And again, was this interview recorded?
Not that I was aware of.
In this particular interview, did you promise Mr. Levine and his investigator that you would answer all questions honestly?
I probably did.
And once again, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator, after you promised to answer all questions honestly, that your crimey, the person you committed the crime with, was Jaybird or Jay?
Yes, trying to hide Austin's identity.
So the answer is yes. That's what you told them. Your crimey was Jaybird or Jay.
Yes, to hide Austin's identity.
So after promising them that you would answer all questions honestly, you then proceeded to lie, correct?
Yes.
Bless you.
Yes.
Did you also tell them that you always needed money?
Something's taken out of context here. I didn't always need money, but it's always good to have money. So yeah, so I always need money. Yes, I probably said that.
So again, not out of context, you probably said
I don't know where that came out. It just seems like it came from one section to another, so I don't know where that came from. So I probably said it.
Did you also tell them that, Jalen always needed money, or Jaybird or Jay?
I might have. I probably did. If he wrote it in there, I probably said it.
Did you describe this person, Jaybird or Jay?
I gave a description.
What was the description?
I don't remember.
Did you tell them that he was either brown-skinned or African-American?
I probably did.
Did you tell them that he was, you met him playing basketball?
I did say that.
Did you tell him that he was about 1 to 2 inches taller than you?
I remember
roughly.
I remember saying that.
Okay. Did you tell them that he was average?
I could have said that.
Did you tell them that you met him 1 to 2 years before the murder?
I probably said that.
Did you tell them that you picked him up there or nearby on the day of the murder?
I probably said that.
Would it be fair to say that all of this, again, was a completely manufactured story?
Everything with Jaybird was.
Did you ask Monica's lawyers whether they had filed anything to suppress anything?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember asking them, have they filed to suppress anything?
I can't remember that. I don't remember that
Does that
conversation.
sound like something you would ask?
I can't remember if I said it or not. Anything could be possible when I'm thinking, yes. But I don't remember saying that.
Did you discuss with them that the DA believes you won't truthfully name the second person?
Yes,
And I was right, correct?
you were right. That time.
And then did you again tell them that you were telling the truth?
About Jaybird?
Did you again tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you were telling the truth?
I was telling the truth on some parts and not on the others. I don't know which one you're talking about, though.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you are going to tell the truth?
Oh, yes. In trial, I was.
No, in the interview.
Oh, I don't remember. I probably did. I don't know.
And once again, did you go on to lie to them?
I did. I was still trying to hide identity.
At that point, after telling them once again that you were going to tell the truth, did you tell them that you had no common friends with Jay?
I probably did.
Did you tell them that Jay has no contact with Monica?
Yes.
Did you tell them that Jay was the lookout?
Yes.
Did you tell them the last time you saw Jay is when he jumped in the porch?
I think so. I think that's what I said.
Okay. Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you contacted Jay through an app?
Yes.
Which app was that?
It was a made-up app. It didn't exist. Jay didn't exist, remember?
Yeah, I get that, but I'm asking you what you told them.
Oh, I don't remember.
You don't know which app?
I don't remember what I told them. It wasn't...
Because it was a lie, so it's hard to
Jalen
remember.
was a lie, yes. I told you that 50 times already.
And then you told him that you got something to make money, and you had his number, right?
Oh, Jalen?
Jalen, Jaybird, Jay,
Yes.
all lies.
Yes, Jalen's a made-up character.
And then at that point, did you also tell Mr. Levine that you cleared your phone after this, purged all your numbers in order to destroy it?
Yes.
And that was in order to destroy evidence, correct?
Yes.
At this point, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you parked 2 to 4 blocks from your apartment in the rental?
Yes.
That would again be a lie, correct?
Yes.
Did you also tell them that Jay was about 23 to 24 years old?
Yes.
Once again, another lie, correct?
To hide identity, yes.
And at that point, did you admit to Mr. Levine and his investigator that the birthday card story was made up?
Yes.
Did you tell the investigator and Mr. Levine that everything is out on the table?
It might have said that. I just don't remember the exact words, but I might have said that.
Except you were still lying to them, correct?
Yes.
So everything wasn't on the table, right?
No.
And then at that point, you said you swore that you would tell the truth, correct?
I didn't swear anything.
You didn't?
I don't swear unless I'm going to court.
Did you tell them that you were going to tell the truth?
Yes.
Yet you continued to lie to them again, right?
Not on everything, but yes.
You told him Jay was clean shaven, right?
Jay is a made-up person, yes.
And Jay was from Houston, Texas.
Yes.
They asked you if you had sent a message to Monica on the following day after the murder saying you were sorry, and you said you don't remember doing that.
I don't.
Correct?
I don't remember. You
also told them that after the murder you got rid of everything, correct?
If that's what they said, that's what they wrote.
That's what
There's
you
a lot of
said, correct?
there's a lot of stuff in between that's missing. So
I'm going to object, move to strike as non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, is that what you told them?
I don't remember. I'm pretty sure if they wrote it down there, I said it somewhere.
Okay. And then at that point, they told you that you were their most important witness, correct?
I don't remember that.
You remember them saying no witness is more important?
I don't remember that part of the conversation. But if they wrote it down, I guess that's what was said.
At that point, you were asked about Chris Austin, correct?
I don't remember offhand.
You don't remember that?
No, I don't remember a lot of the conversation. But if they said they did that, then it must have been done.
Do you remember telling them that Austin comes down approximately 2 times a year, sometimes around his birthday, and he has nothing to do with this?
I remember that part of the conversation, yes.
Again, more lies, correct?
No, that's true.
And you told them at this point that your testimony is official, correct?
But that's what they said. I don't remember all this part because it's a lot missing here.
Move to strike the last half as non-responsive.
Stricken.
Let's talk about the next interview. Version 8 on April 1st of 2024. Do you remember that interview?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I know it probably occurred.
Once again, on April 1st, was your attorney present?
No.
Was this interview recorded?
Not that I know of.
During this interview with the defense, did you tell them that being Mr. Levine and his investigator, that your lawyer told you about the DNA evidence?
Yes.
And that your attorney, before Mr. Simran, showed you a video of the 2 men jogging toward the Sementilli residence?
Yes.
During this interview, at any point in time, did you admit to Mr. Levine and his investigator that you had lied to them in all of your prior interviews regarding Jalen, Jaybird, and Jay?
I hadn't volunteered that, no.
At any point in time during that interview, did you talk to them about or mention even the gold coins?
The what?
Gold coins.
Oh, I don't think so, no.
Do you recall Mr. Levine and his investigator coming to interview you yet again on May 8th?
I don't remember the dates.
Okay. If I were to tell you that there was yet another interview on May 8th,
Yet another interview and argument.
Then it's over with.
does that refresh your recollection?
That we had interviews? We had interviews.
That you were interviewed yet again on May 8th of 2024, version 9.
I don't remember the dates. I don't have nothing but golf pencils.
Okay. During this interview, was it recorded?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was your lawyer present?
No.
Okay. During this interview, again, did you correct your prior lies about Jaybird, Jalen, or Jay?
No.
During this interview, did you mention anything about the gold coins?
No.
Do you recall being interviewed yet again in November of 2024?
Yes, kind of. I know it was later in the year.
Okay. And do you recall, again, being spoken to at this point in time, and you were told by Mr. Levine that Austin had been arrested and extradited to Los Angeles?
Yes.
Again, was your lawyer present during this interview?
No.
Was it recorded?
Not that I know of.
During this interview, did you ask to hear the statements you had previously made?
That I previously made?
Yes. Did you ask Mr. Levine and his investigator to hear your prior statements?
I don't recall that.
Okay. If it says that in the interview notes, would that be true? You wanted to hear your statements, obviously, right?
Me
You
wanted
told
to
us
hear
that.
my statements?
Yeah, you wanted to hear recordings of your own statements.
Recordings? You mean over here?
That misstates the evidence.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I'm like I said. It's important to know what was being said beforehand.
Move to strike as non-responsive.
Stricken.
I have no idea exactly the contents of what we were talking about at that time. I really don't know.
Were any statements played for you?
Statements, no. No audio was played.
Were any transcripts provided to you?
I don't think there were. I don't
You don't
remember.
think?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
All right.
to hear any of your own statements?
No,
You did not.
no, I asked to hear Austin's statements.
Oh.
I'm
And
sorry. You mean that's the last question, Counsel?
were you provided with Austin's statements?
No,
None were played for you.
no audio was played.
Were any transcripts provided to you?
No, I wasn't just given transcripts.
So you asked, but nothing was given to you regarding Austin.
Eventually, there were a couple of blurbs were read, but not the whole thing. It was like pieces.
I need to keep my promise to the jury. We're going to adjourn at this time till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The admission of file is not to discuss the case either among yourselves or anyone else. Or form express any opinion to the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow.